Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at me. And the Ikea. Mama Musi na mwame to go kwa. Aka na mwamu telumba. Owe budike. Aka nilu ne budilo wane mo. Ata mwake ya dika kwa ya jomwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, this dance you're about to see now is called Tinubu dance. Are you ready to give me that dance? Oh yeah, everybody go say Tinubu dance. We go the dance. 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 Tinubu dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Say, oh yeah, Baba dance. Wait, oh yeah, Baba dance. Listen, Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu.
Juya. na mota sai ya bani mamaki. Direbobi dole sai da kutuki. Sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki. Ashe morewar kudi a kai banki. Idan za ka aje ruwa ka sai tanki. Ashe gona za ta so a kai taki. Kuna ku daban ne. Mata da kunan ki ku gane. Kuna ku kullum zabari ne. Sai da kuko a ina ne.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miyagi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166. Tinubu Ahmed of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's so sick. Everybody can pay out. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. National Stadium. President, my sister, brother. We need Coup. I be the master. Oh, man, I go drop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the Betty. We need Coup.
I was saying, so that's the question. He hears you, but do you hear me? That's the question. Hopefully I'm coming over okay. It seems almost skittish my end, but hopefully I am coming over okay. Let me know the quality of the audio and the visuals as well. Let me know the quality of the audio and the visuals, just to let me know that everything is properly calibrated. So everything properly calibrated. Pardon me. So you'll be the Mugun and he'll be the master. All that. Thank you, Hassan. So everything is just gone awry. You know, everything's just gone awry in the world, everywhere. You know, I was just trying to do the calculations to see. By the way, good day to you. Sorry, I didn't even start with greetings. I usually do. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. It's just the excitement of what is going on in the news cycle. You know, Abubakar Malami, God, what's it called? Emefiele, Atahiru, but no, Burutai, not Atahiru Jega, but Burutai, they've all come out to respond to them being named as part of the sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria. So they've come to speak to that. Of course, there's an attempted coup in Benin Republic, which has been foiled. No thanks to less or an authority than the Nigerian military. So Nigeria showing its muscles in that international space right there. So a cross-border mission by the Nigerian military that is looking at the shape of success. But as all of that is going on quietly, as all of that is going on high octane, I should say, quietly, a delegation has landed from the United States in Nigeria to come and investigate well, just these are allegations of religious persecution of the Christians. So that's in play as well. So a whole raft of everything. A whole raft of everything. What else have we got? And then we got a little aside. This one is somewhat of a tragic story. You know, usually we bring human interest stories. By the way, there's also growing calls for Matawale to step down as the Minister of State for Defense because of his association with terrorism. So that is there's just so much to discuss. You know, that's why I launched into it without the usual greeting. So apologies for that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Or that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a wonderful weekend as another week starts. No rest for the wicked, and the wicked shall know no rest. No rest for the wicked, and the wicked shall know no rest. So that's the nature of life. You know, life is like a prison sentence sometimes. You cycle in a perpetual loop right from right from the latter ends of your teenage years to when you go back into the ground. You cycle in a perpetual loop. There are very few people listening to me now that their life is not routinous or have control over their lives. There are very few people listening to me now that one, their life is not routinous, and two, they have control over their lives. So your life is scheduled outside of your influence for reasons of survival. So you have to wake up at X whatever time you wake up to go to that job that you probably don't like, to work with people that you detest and hate you, and then you wait for the hours to run through. You go back home all tired, only to have a meal, go to bed, and repeat it again. So it's a perpetual cycle of just rinse and repeat. And then before you know it, you're 60. And then before you know it, your body is gone. And then before you know it, the girls are not looking at you anymore. And that is the cycle of it all. So no, so it's like a prison sentence. But some of us, we live outside of that loop for reasons of being of independent means and all that. But good day to you. Good to be your company of that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button if you haven't already done that. I suspect that most of you would have. But if you haven't clicked on the like button, then please do that. Click on like. You know, that's the wheel of commerce in streaming. So the like agitates an algorithm that then expands the platform to a wider audience. So that's why people are always imploring you to click on like. So no different here. Click on like. If you are not already subscribed, please subscribe, like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard in the comment section. I'll post it again so that it is immediate to hand. It will be the first line item just as soon as I post it now. It's the first line item in the comment section. If you want to come and join me on the screen, simply click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and it will bring you straight away into the studio. So do that. Like, share, and subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. If you're that way inclined, share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat also towards the stream. The lubricant that lubricates the engine of commerce, always money. The lubricant that lubricates the engine of commerce, always money. So pouring the first libation to the platform as ever and always. That's Ayo right there. So follow that example. Match or exceed Ayo, if you will. So all that. So all that, and of course, say hello in the comment section as well, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. We always like to start it off with pleasantries before we get into the back and forth, the thrust and parry that is politics. We always start it off with pleasantries first. So starting off the pleasantry is Adewale Olusegun right there, who says there was already a coup failure in Nigeria a few months ago before escalation of terrorism. So all of it interlinked, of course. Buhari did tell us that corruption will fight back, and this is what we're witnessing now is the Hydra heads of corruption fighting back through so many vessels. Agbadorian says, hi, one man. Hello to you, Agbadorian. Here is a blast from the past. That's Chuku right there, our American brother, saying salute, one man. He's always interested in that pan-African sort of a narrative. That's Gladys right there. So Gladys, good to see you. Gladys has been with us for a long while. Disappeared, reappeared. Good to see you back, Gladys. That's Ufuoma Michael right there, saying hello, woman. Good to see you, my guy. Ayo, of course, always does it with elegance. Welcome, one man, with the shiny, bright sparkles of a $10 note. So that's still. So just keep saying hello in the comment section. Anytime that's Abby right there, of course. Okomoge, the heartthrob or the person whose heart is throbbing for Chioma. There it is right there. That's how valiant, otherwise known as Susan, telling us the quality of the audio is reasonably decent. That's Sheson right there saying hello. So hello to you, Sheson, and all that. So keep saying hello in the comment section. Anytime I pause for breath, then I'll acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So all that, do that funky stuff, shake those jiggles. So we're going to start it off immediately and straight away with the headline story. Of course, a coup attempt in where is it called, in Benin Republic. I say an attempt because it looks as though that attempt has failed, but there was an attempt. Why did the attempt take place? Why did it fail? How did it fail? Who are the runners and riders? What are the actors, etc., etc.? You know, they've enjoyed democracy in that country for going on 35 years, and the person in situation, the current incumbent president, is actually meant to hand over to a successor in a couple of months. So all of that intermixes to now this coup attempt, which has now been foiled. Well, let's pick it up from here. What's this?
To some breaking news now. And a group of soldiers in the West African state of Benin say they have seized power from President Patrice Talon. The group, which called itself the Military Committee for Refoundation, announced the apparent coup on Benin state television, claiming that they'd ousted President Talon. But his office is indicating now that the situation is under control. Talon was in power for a decade and he was due to step down next April after the next presidential election. Right, let's cross over to our West Africa correspondent, Azizat Alua, for more on this. What's the latest we know about this apparent coup attempt in Benin? Specifically, Azizat, what do we know about President Talon's status and whereabouts at this point?
Okay, thank you very much. We understand that it's still an attempted coup at this point because the army is trying to regain power and has assured press people that everything is under control at the moment. That it was just a small group of soldiers who decided to take over power, and what they did was just to, take control of a television station. And a source told media people that the president is safe alongside his family, although did not mention his whereabouts as of this time. And the situation in Cotonou was very chaotic. Gunfire was heard around the port area and close to the presidential palace, and it's made the situation there very tense, with people scampering for safety, and many have stayed indoors. It's still an ongoing situation because while this small group, as said, is taking power, the army is assuring everyone that everything is under control, but we do not know the whereabouts of President Patrice Talon yet.
As he said, it's obviously making headlines around the world, but how are people there and on the ground in Benin reacting to this announcement by this group of soldiers?
Well, you can imagine what people are reacting to, especially in a region like West Africa that is coup-racked. People are afraid in Cotonou and across the country, and many are expressing mixed reactions online, even in Nigeria as well, on social media, saying that how could this happen in West Africa that recorded just another coup less than 2 weeks ago, late November in Guinea-Bissau, and here we are again. About 5 to 6 countries in the region are being ruled by military junta. So you can imagine the emotions of people. And some have already started criticizing the regional bloc ECOWAS for being just a figurehead and not able to unite the countries in the region.
Yeah, that's some of the background to the West African scene, I guess. But specifically, how did we get here in Benin? Talk us through what has led to this situation.
Well, a lot has happened, really, but I can tell you from what the soldiers that made attempts to take over power said. They accused President Patrice Talon of massive corruption and alongside other high-handedness. And the presidential election is expected to take place in 2026 next year, and President Talon is expected to hand over power in April. However, there have been lots of anger surrounding the upcoming election because the key opposition party has been barred from running, and people have started saying that this is unfair, and they question the credibility of the upcoming poll. There had been growing anger during the 2 terms of President Patrice Talon about the way he handled the affairs of the country. And of course, around the borders of the country as well, they've expressed heightened insecurity. So you can imagine that all of this is a build-up. And also on the...
All right, so that was that attempt there. But when I heard that news, it just struck me that we've been seeing a real wave of coups taking place in the West African sub-region, especially in the Francophone space. So let's just rattle through then just how many coups. Over the last, however, 5 years thereabouts, there's been just a plethora of military coups. So in 2021, there was a coup in Mali. In 2021, there was another coup in Guinea. In 2021, a coup in Sudan. 2022, Burkina Faso. 2022, Guinea-Bissau. Burkina Faso, somebody replaced somebody. It's still a coup. Sudan, they are all Francophone countries, as you can note. In 2023, we had that coup in Niger that Tinubu tried to stop, but the Fulanis told him not to interfere with. And then in still that 2023, we had a coup in Gabon, which I think was successful. Yes, Burkina Faso yet again another coup, 2023. That was one that brought in this Ibrahim Traore, the one now that everybody seems to be celebrating. In 2023, still we had a coup in Guinea-Bissau that ushered in Umaru Sissoko. So Umaru Sissoko. 2025, Madagascar, that's not in the West African sub-region, but in the wider African space. So we have him there. And then still Guinea, another coup, yes. Yes, no, it's still in 2025. They're telling us yet another coup in Guinea, and then in 2020, in this year still December, Benin Republic, 2025 Beninese coup attempt. Patrice Talon. So Patrice Talon is the incumbent president. And by the way, the one in Guinea, it removed Umaru Sissoko to replace him with Victor Chongo or whatever. And now the latest one that attempted Benin Republic 2025 coup attempt, Patrice Talon, the president, the guy wanting to overthrow him, Pascal Tigri. So it's just a whole raft. But if you rattle through, they are all francophone countries. They are all French-speaking countries. So there's something in play there that we may need to investigate a lot deeper. But I said an attempted coup in the Niger Republic. All the indications are that it wasn't successful. No less thanks to the Nigerian effort. And here is Nigeria stepping in. Nigerian Air Force bombards Benin Republic coup plotters. So apparently, allegedly, there was a call over to the Nigerian space for help, and then summarily that help was sent. So let me see which space actually covers it best. Yes. All right. Let's take it from here. Actually, let's take it from here. Tinubu praises Nigerian troops for helping fall coup in Benin Republic. President Bola Tinubu on Sunday commended the Nigerian armed forces for their swift intervention in Benin Republic following an attempted military coup in the neighboring country. Tinubu's reaction came after loyalist forces in Benin, supported by Nigerian troops and air assets, dislodged soldiers who seized the country's national television station early Sunday and claimed to have toppled President Patrice Talon. A statement signed by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said the government of Benin formally requested Nigeria's military assistance in two separate communications after coup plotters led by Colonel Pascal Tigri announced the suspension of democratic institutions. According to the statement, Tinubu, acting on the request, ordered the Nigerian Air Force fighter jets to take control of Benin airspace and assist in flushing out the mutineers from strategic locations, including the national broadcaster and a military camp. Benin also asked for the deployment of Nigerian surveillance aircraft and ground forces strictly for missions approved by the Beninese Command Authority in support of the protection of constitutional institutions and the containment of armed groups. The statement noted that Nigeria's Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyode, confirmed that all requests were carried out and that Nigerian troops were already on the ground in Benin. Ours is to comply with the order of the Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces, President Tinubu. He was quoted as saying, Tinubu, who is also chair ECOWAS, said the intervention was in line with the bloc's protocol on democracy and good governance. Today, the Nigerian armed forces stood gallantly as defenders and protectors of constitutional order in the Republic of Benin on the invitation of the government. Our armed forces acted within the ambit of the ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. They have helped stabilize a neighboring country and have made us proud in their commitment to sustaining our democratic values and ideals since 1999. Nigeria stands firmly with the government and people of the Republic of Benin, the president said. Benin's government later announced the coup attempt had been suppressed and control restored. So there it is right there. So So that's the goings on in Benin. It just came like a bolt out of the blues, but really not a surprise. As I said, we've just gone through now the list of all manners of military shenanigans going on, especially in the francophone West African space. I'm not quite sure if this is a pushback against the last vestiges of Frank, because all those francophone countries, by the way, there is nothing like independence going on. They are not independent countries. They're still vassal states of the French hegemony. They're still part of the French whatever. Their money controlled by the French. Their economy controlled by the French. Everything is controlled by the French. So I think they are still trying to escape somewhat from colonialism. Those are francophone countries, because there is nothing that looks like independence in any of those spaces. So that's that. And by the way, please make sure you are liking and subscribing. I want to see numbers going up. We're after 10 new subscribers today, if we possibly can get them. So that's what's going on in Benin. So let's see. Let's take it from here. Says Tinubu luxuriating them, because Tinubu could do with a success story, and it looks as though he has achieved somewhat of a success story with this one, with an international flavor as well. How Nigerian military fought coup in Benin Republic. This is Tinubu. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has commended the gallantry of Nigeria's military on Sunday for responding swiftly to the request of the government of Benin Republic to save its 35-year-old democracy from coup plotters who struck at dawn today. Acting on two separate requests from the government of Benin, President Tinubu ordered Nigerian Air Force fighter jets to enter the country and take over the airspace to help dislodge the coup plotters from the national TV and the military camp where they had regrouped. The Republic of Benin, through its Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in a note verbal, requested immediate Nigerian air support in view of urgency and seriousness of the situation, and to safeguard the constitutional order, protect national institutions, and ensure the security of the population. In the second request, the authorities in Benin requested the deployment of Nigeria Air Force assets within Beninese airspace for surveillance and rapid intervention operations under Benin-led coordination. The Benin government also requested Nigerian ground troops strictly for missions approved by the Beninese Command Authority in support of the protection of constitutional institutions and the containment of armed groups. Nigeria's Chief of Defense Staff General Olufemi Oluyode said all the requests have been fulfilled with Nigerian ground troops now in Benin. Ours is to comply with the order of the Commander-in-Chief of our Armed Forces, President Tinubu. He said constitutional order was upended in the Republic of Benin, Nigeria's neighbor, when some soldiers led by Colonel Pascal Tigri announced a coup on Sunday morning. They purchased, seized the national TV, and claimed they had toppled President Patrice Talon and suspended all democratic institutions. It took some hours before the government's loyal forces, assisted by Nigeria, took control and flushed out the coup plotters from the national TV. In his remark after the restoration of the democratic and constitutional order, President Tinubu saluted the Nigerian armed forces for standing firm as protector and defender of democracy. So that's that. There are clips circulating actually of Nigerian fighter jets dropping bombs on those sort of spaces where, especially the national. I don't know if they don't destroy all their infrastructure. The Nigerian armed forces, they can go in a bit heavy-handed sometimes, but so that's the goings on in Benin. If anybody wants to talk about that, you can hop on. So if anybody wants to talk about that, you can hop on. But as I was saying, Under the current of that, covertly, quietly, the Americans have landed in Nigeria. U.S. government team lands in Nigeria after Trump's threat over religious persecution. Videos emerge. So, let's see. Can we actually get to the video? There's usually a hyperlink that sends you to the video. Let's see if this hyperlink sends us to the video. Does it send us to the video? No, it does not. All right. So what's going on here? What's going on here? Kilo Chelebi. Oh, all right. There'll be a hyperlink that will send us there when we come across it. A team of United. No, this is a hyperlink now. So where does it send us to? It should send us to the video because that's what it's usually there for. So why is it not sending us to the video? Why is it not sending us to the video? Maybe it's been taken down. All right. U.S. government team lands in Nigeria after Trump's threat over religious persecution video emerges. A team of United States lawmakers arrived in Nigeria on December the 7th following recent warnings from President Donald Trump over alleged religious persecution in the country. The Nigerian government confirmed the visit, describing it as part of ongoing security and diplomatic engagement between both nations. Nigeria's National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu announced the arrival of the delegation in a post on Facebook. He wrote, "This morning, I received a U.S. congressional delegation on a fact-finding mission to Nigeria following our earlier engagement in Washington, D.C. on shared security priorities." So this is what they call spinning. They are trying to spin it as a positive, but then of course, I think that those people are actually doing the groundwork for a possible military action. You know, they're just trying to find sufficient enough justification to take a military action if they have the stomach for it. The delegation included Representative Mario Diaz Balart, Representative Norma Torres, Rep. Scott Franklin, Rep. Juan Ciscomani, and Representative Riley M. Moore. U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Ambassador Richard Mills, also attended, reflecting the importance both nations attached to this engagement. Discussions focused on counter-terrorism operations, regional stability, and strengthening Nigeria-U.S. strategic security partnership. I am optimistic this engagement will deepen trust, collaboration, and shared commitment to peace and security. Hashtag Nigeria US. So I think this is actually the link. Now I was looking for it all the way through, but I think we found the link now that shows us what actually went down, what went down in that little contracton. All right. All right. I think we've got the link. So let's see. So here is Ribadu trying to pretend like he knows what is going on to so a bunch of Americans. You know, we are coming to blow up your country whether you like it or not. Is the thing. All right, it's essentially just photo slides. So it's essentially just photo slides. So let's move on from that to other matters. We actually discussed this in an earlier session when we are now getting to that phase now where when the sponsors of insurgency in Nigeria will have to be identified publicly, and some of the names being identified publicly so far are names like the name that actually surprised me the most out of the names that came out over the last couple of days was Godwin Emefiele. I couldn't quite fathom why his name was there, but names like Abubakar Malami, all the usual suspects, they've now come out to try and distance themselves from that association, especially with the Americans looking for people to take down. Insecurity, new twist as powerful Tinubu minister. Oh no, this one I'll bring you this one later. No, this is the one I wanted to bring you. List of prominent Nigerians who reacted after they were named in connection with terrorism financing. So usually, historically, these people would not even acknowledge the news. But in the climate that we're in now, everybody is on edge. A recent report published by Sahara reporters on December the 5th revisited an investigation into 23 suspected terror financiers allegedly handling billions of naira linked to Boko Haram convicts. Retired Major General Danjuma Ali Kefi, who led the probe, reportedly noted that some suspects had business connections with high profile figures, including former Attorney General Abubakar Malami and former Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele. Some of the people on the list have rejected the report. Below is a list of prominent Nigerians who have publicly reacted after their names were mentioned. Former governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, strongly denied allegations linking him to terrorism financing. He described the claim as mischievous and malicious. Reacting to media reports, Emefiele issued a statement on Saturday, December the 6th, declaring categorically and unequivocally that this claim is entirely fabricated, baseless, and a deliberate attempt to malign my name, mislead the public, and sow confusion for motives best known only to the publishers and their sponsors. So there is no reason why Emefiele will be his name will be linked to terrorism financing, unless, of course, his name is actually linked to terrorism financing, because it's not a name that you will historically associate. So there must be sufficient enough grounds for that association to have been made. Reacting to media reports, Emefiele issued a statement on Saturday, December the 6th, declaring categorically and unequivocally that this claim is entirely fabricated, baseless, and a deliberate attempt to malign my name, mislead the public, and sow confusion for motives best known only to the publishers and their sponsors. He added that the fight against terrorism was too important to be trivialized by irresponsible reporting, insisting that Nigerians deserve better than what he called reckless misinformation. Our former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, also rejected insinuations of terrorism financing. He clarified his position by citing his role in Nigeria's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing reforms, including the country's exit from the Financial Action Task Force released. First, I state clearly and unequivocally that I have never at any time been accused, invited, interrogated, investigated, or charged by any security, law enforcement, regulatory, or intelligence agency within or outside Nigeria in respect of terrorism financing or any related offenses. So he goes on to make the denial, and then I think Dito Tuka former chief of army staff and current ambassador to Benin Republic. Is he still the ambassador to Benin Republic, Burutai? I suspect he'll be the former because he's with the AD. So I suspect that I've already sent the link, and the link is in your. Zita never gets the link. I don't know why. So that's the link right there, Zita. So yes. I suspect that he's no longer the current ambassador to Benin Republic for reasons of him being now a member of the opposition party. Former chief of army staff and current ambassador to Benin Republic, Lieutenant General or Lieutenant General Tuko Burutai, also reacted to the report. He said the insinuation that he was connected directly or indirectly to terrorism financing was entirely fabricated. Aburitai stressed that the claim was inconsistent with facts and at odds with his long life commitment to defending Nigeria against terrorism. So there it is right there. They're all rushing out now to distance themselves, but no. I pretty much I am convinced that they're certainly on the list. So another person that should be on that list is the current Minister of State for defense, no less a figure who had just like Sheikh Gumi has made a habit up until he became the Minister of Defense, the Minister of State for Defense. We're talking about Bello Matawale. He had always been a staunch defender of the bandits. Insecurity, new twist, as powerful Tinubu minister told to immediately resign over divided loyalty. Then get Joseph Ono, President Bola Tinubu's former spokesperson in the Southeast geopolitical zone, has asked Bello Matawale, Minister of State for Defense and former governor of Zamfara State, to resign. Our correspondents report that despite ongoing government efforts, Nigeria continues to face significant and multifaceted security challenges. These include terrorism by insurgents, widespread banditry and kidnapping, and clashes between herders and farmers, all affecting daily life, business, and national stability. As recently reported by correspondent Honor joined calls for Matawale to step down, allowing President Tinubu to restructure the country's security architecture with more competent leadership. So here is what Honor has to say. Mohammed Matawale has served Nigeria in various capacities and may have contributions yet to offer in other areas of public life. However, the Minister of Defense, in the middle of a shooting war against terrorism, is not the appropriate place for him at this time, not after a video in which he unambiguously defended the same criminals our armed forces are mandated to eliminate. Accordingly, I respectfully call on Dr. Matawale to do the honorable thing, offer his resignation as Minister of State for Defense with immediate effect to avoid any perception of divided loyalty in Nigeria's fight against terrorism. Honor added, should he be unable or unwilling to take this step, I urge His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as Commander-in-Chief, who has demonstrated zero tolerance for compromise in the war against terror, to relieve Dr. Matawale of his appointment without further delay. So now the offending clip that has actually led to this call, this is the offending clip that has actually led to this call. This is why people want Bello Matawale out of position. Watch this.
It's the same, and it's not all of them are criminal. Not all of them are criminal, because if you know, or maybe if you investigate what is happening or what makes them to take those laws into their hand, some of them sometimes were cheated by so-called Nsakai, and I have to ban completely the Nsakai in my state. The Nsakai is those called vigilante group, who normally went to their settlement, destroy their property, and take their animals. So they doesn't have anyone to speak with. So sometimes they are going for revenge. Like if Ntsake attack them, so they will go for reprisals. So that is what exactly happening. And some of them are living in a settlement where close to a village or town, and they sometimes if there is maybe operation, military operation, the military will go and destroy their properties and their animals. So they are angry with such actions sometimes. So sometimes if you are talking to them, you can understand where they are coming from and you can understand their problems. So it is important we as leaders to sit down with those people to understand what is the genesis first. You can't just, jump and conclude that the person is criminal. You have to listen to him. What makes him to go into that activities? So this is what to do. So they are not all of them. It's not all Fulani are criminals. Some are good citizens, but due to some circumstances, they subscribe to such a criminality.
So there it is right there. So that's the Nigerian Minister of State for Defense telling us that that the bandits have to be understood and there are mitigating circumstances for them to go on a slaughtering spree in Nigeria. So that is the Minister of State for Defense, by the way. That is the guy mandated to defend the country, telling us that the bandits are in actual life choir boys. They are good boys, really, is what the Minister of State for Defense. So that's the divided loyalty right there. I cannot see how Nigeria can ever escape insurgency with an element like that being in charge of the defense. He has to go, and he has to go as quickly as is possible. So he has to go as quickly as possible. So we've covered the coup. We've covered the Americans in Nigeria to come out. They're also saying that that people are seeing American spy planes in the airspaces of Nigeria. Of course, that might well be urban myth. That might well be the usual embellishments that we get from, I think, the obedience. They usually do that sort of stuff. Genocide accusations. Congressional delegation lands in Nigeria as U.S. spy planes circle overhead, prompting covert operation questions. So this is actually coming out of Business Day. A high-level bipartisan delegation from the United States Congress is conducting a strategic visit to Nigeria, aiming to assess security challenges and bilateral cooperation firsthand. The visit follows deeply divisive rhetoric in Washington concerning alleged religious persecution in Africa's most populous nation. Nuhu Ribadu, the National Security Advisor, confirmed the delegation's presence on Sunday, stating that the engagement follows prior high-level talks in Washington, D.C. on shared security priorities. The group include, and it gives us the list, official discussions in Abuja focused on counter-terrorism cooperation, regional stability, and strengthening Nigeria-U.S. strategic security partnership. According to a statement from Ribadu, he expressed optimism that the dialogue will deepen trust, collaboration, and shared commitment to peace and security. And then Congressman Riley extended the visit scope beyond the capital, traveling to Benue State in Nigeria's volatile Middle Belt region. There, he met with local Christian leaders, including Wilfred Anagbe and Isaac Dugu. The Bishop of Makurdi and Katsina Allah, the Tortif, the prominent traditional ruler. I came to Nigeria in the name of the Lord on behalf of the American people, more stated. Bear with me one moment. I've got a little visitor here. Let me play you a clip whilst I just attend to something. For all of the insurgencies going on in Nigeria, it's all about resources, especially new rare earth minerals. Watch this clip to explain it.
This is a journey into a wilderness of time. This is Itasa. This is the gate of a mine inside. There is resistance. Those occupying the mines are not allowing entry into the mine. We are negotiating to go into the mine, but there is apparent resistance to go into the mine. What are the issues? Itasa community accuses Archetype Nigeria Limited of illegal mining. Itasa community wants to gain access to the mine, but there is pure resistance. The question arises, why is there resistance? Why is the company not allowing access into the mine? These are questions that should be answered. But one thing is clear, there is huge mining going on here, and a lot need to be known about what is going on here.
The company has not been stopped from mining and leaving the community with truckloads on a regular basis. This is why we are crying out. We want Nigerians to save us. We want the government to step in. They put the law in place. Please enforce the law. It's all we are asking for. Is that too much to ask? For a community? We have records.
If you allow them to have a foothold in Itasa, then Yoruba land is finished. Ilesha is gone. Not is going. Ilesha is gone. This fight is for all of us. And by all of us, I mean, I'm not even talking about journalists and lawyers and I'm talking about Nigerians. I'm talking about Africans. We are going to lose our communities. Even these so-called miners, they are just the foot soldiers for the real investors. Those who really, lithium. We were told that the Itasa, the quality of what we have in Itasa, is such that you don't even need to spend any money again.
But from the point of view of insecurity, we are also notifying the governor and all the agencies of the Oyo State government to formally apprise them of developments. So we are still taking all the measures. Ultimately, there will be 4.
It's unbelievable, actually. How can it be the case that elements can come and mine in a community in Nigeria without the community being aware of what the activity is, one, and then without the government showing presence to indicate that they are on top of affairs? It's beyond, the Kano might well be right. We might well be living in a zoological republic. It's beyond barbarism. Can you imagine that? To the point that they won't allow the community to access their own land to investigate and interrogate what is going on there. How can that in a country that purports to have a government and purports to have a structure? How is that possible? How is that possible? But that is the Nigeria that we have. But what Dangote is about to tell us now is also the other side of the Nigeria that we have. Watch this.
Whoever you are, to be using Rolls Royce. If you have money for Rolls Royce, you should go and put up an industry in your locality or anywhere part of Nigeria, wherever that you feel there is a need. And that's why really sometimes it pains me when I go to the local airport, whether it's here or Lagos. You see that to even find a parking of your plane is impossible. Everybody has a private jet. Those private jets should be in industries so that we can create jobs. Because today, luckily, some people maybe they don't know the position of the country as we speak, because population growth is 8.7 million babies every year. So 8.7 million babies every year, we have to be in a lot of things. We have to deliver power, we have to deliver.
So now the bit that I wanted you to hear was Dangote saying that anytime he tries to park his private jet, there's never any parking space left, which is to tell you that the vast wealth is just the dichotomy between wealth and poverty in Nigeria is so marked. wealth in Nigeria is internationally rich. And if you see some of these people in the international spaces, go to France and you see some barely 21-year-old guy from Nigeria driving a supercharged, not a supercharged, oh, supercharged, brain me fully. You see a barely 21-year-old Nigerian boy driving a supercar and ordering expensive champagne, $1,000 bottle, and then go outside, you see another Nigerian on the streets of where the Eiffel Tower is, selling phone cases and all. The dichotomy in Nigeria is just a desperate one. It's just it's quite sad the way that country is, actually quite depressing somewhat. Let me bring you this one. Let me bring you this one. So we have the American delegation in Nigeria, and we all know who propelled that delegation. It's an organization called what are they called again? American Veterans, AVID. They call themselves American Veterans of Igbo descent. These are the people that have been lobbying the Americans for quite a while now, which has now led to the point that threat is being made by the Americans, and delegations are being sent to Nigeria to justify military incursion. So, to that space, the people of that organization, AVID, American Veterans of Igbo descent, they are now doubling down on their position. Watch this.
Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, Americans. Good morning, lovers of peace worldwide. My name is Stephen Osemide, and I just wanted to do a quick video as I begin to disembark and move back to our bases. To first thank everyone that joined us in Washington, D.C. on Monday for the rally to stop the Christian genocide in Nigeria. We thank the State Department for taking the time to sit with us for over 2 hours to hear testimonies from victims who have suffered at the hands of radical Islamic terrorism in Nigeria. And we thank all the congressional members that met with us after the rally on Tuesday, 2nd, Wednesday, 3rd, and 4th. Today is the 5th of December, and we are heading back. I want to thank all those that made their way to Washington, D.C. to add their voice. This is only the beginning. Save Nigeria Group USA organization is not going to relent. We are going to continue to talk about what is going on as regarding the Christian genocide in Nigeria. I just wanted to also shout out to our keynote speaker, Mike Arnold, who is now back in Texas. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for your voice. We want to assure you that we'll continue to work with you to make sure our voices are heard, that there is justice for the victims, and the IDPs, which are at the heart of this issue, are able to be returned home peacefully. There's a breaking news this morning from Sahara Reporters I just wanted to touch on. It says Sahara Reporters is reporting that terror suspects financiers linked to powerful Nigerians, including Malami, ex-army chief, Emefiele, General Ali Kefi, retired. These are some of the people whose names you should submit to Save Nigeria Group USA. You can send those names.
By the way, Ali Kefi retired is not a name on the terror list. He was actually the one that compiled it. But then, of course, with the people like this, they have no business with facts or anything else. They're just propagandists and alarmists and just general nasty guys. The Kefi guy, he was the one that actually did the whistle blowing. He was the one that exposed the names.
To Save Nigeria Group USA at gmail.com. Again, send it to the email Save Nigeria Group USA at gmail.com. Any of the names that you've seen online reports, vicarious information that links them to the insecurity in Nigeria, that links them to the radical Fulani militia that are killing people, particularly in the Middle Belt region. Any of the people, whether they are in the military, they are retired, they are in current administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, please send those names because we need to forward them to the State Department. They are looking for people who are responsible in order to hold them accountable. through sanctions and visa bans, etc. Just a shout out to our great Secretary of State, Secretary Marco Rubio, who has taken the first step on the 3rd, issuing visa bans for the families and members of the government and other organizations in Nigeria that are sponsoring this insecurity. We are not quitting. My name is Stephen Osemige. We'll continue to fight and speak for the truth. All those who are victims of this genocide will see justice. I believe that Nigeria is at a turning point, that we will continue to fight for all who cannot speak for themselves. Thank you for all you do. If you want to support our work, go to our website, www.savenigeriagroupusa.org, and donate to support our work.
Oh, all right. So it landed on a donation, which is always a good. And by the way, with the guy asking you to donate, we're also, we're not averse to super chats on this platform as well. So we want to see the multicolors of super chat. Only one person has. How long have we been? We've been going for an hour. Only one person has super chatted. So let's see the colors of some super chats to lubricate the wheels of commerce. So to lubricate the wheels of commerce, is there anything else that needs to bring your attention? There was one more thing, but I think I'll save this until tomorrow. Yes, that guy was Benin, by the way. It wasn't a yes, or something Osage. Of course, it's Benin Prince. I was actually just going to mention that. So it's not a Southeasterner, but nevertheless, it's an obedient. You don't have to be a Southeasterner to be an obedient. So it's part of that obedient narrative. It's part of still the sour grapes of a lost election. There was this story that I wanted to bring you. I'm not quite sure if it's too light-hearted for this session. It's about a guy that got a guy from Plateau State that was spied. But the reason that he was spied. Oh, okay. Let me actually bring you it. Actually, this is just on a lighter note. A Plateau man beaten to death in Lagos after sleeping with boss's wife. So I'm not quite sure if that's a flavor we want to be introducing. We don't usually traditionally, we only deal with serious matters, but this is a serious matter. I just saw it and it amused me, and I wonder if it will amuse you. A young man from Plateau State, identified simply as Nengak, has been reportedly beaten to death by a mob in Lagos State after he was caught sleeping with the wife of his employer. According to correspondence, according to reports seen but sent to correspondence by one Bitrus Idi, who claims to be a close friend of the deceased. Nengak worked as a security man for a family in the highbrow Victoria Garden City in Lagos. Idi said Nengak, who was in his early 20s, was more like a general servant who did everything in the house, including cooking, washing cars, and taking the couple's children to school. It is said from what he gathered, the man of the house was hardly at home as he was always traveling outside the country. Being a handsome, strong, and hardworking young man, the master's wife had a crush on him and began inviting him for other duties outside of what he was employed for. It is said the affair had been going on for months before the man of the house discovered through a CCTV camera he set up after getting rumors that his wife was sleeping with their houseboy. On the day Nengak was beaten to death, the man had pretended he was traveling outside Lagos. Unknown to Nengak, the man had installed CCTV and gotten enough evidence. Pardon me. So that day, he told his wife he was traveling, but had invited area boys to hang around the house. As usual, the madam called Nengak to their master bedroom, and it was in the process that the man and his gang busted in and caught them red-handed. They beat Nengak to death. Until now, the case is still filed as we have nobody to fight for him. Nengak's corpse is still in the mortuary, and the police have said we must pay for autopsy and other things. it is said. So just two things I wanted to bring out of that. I'm not quite sure that it was the intention to beat him to death. I wasn't quite sure that it was the intention. They were probably thinking they were going to beat him up and teach him a lesson, give him the beating of his life. But then, of course, in the course of that, whatever happened, happened. But then, of course, we have no expectation that there will be any real justice coming out of that because there's never justice for the poor man in Nigeria. But that's just that word. I just saw it in passing and it tickled me somewhat, and I thought to bring it to your attention. All right, I think that's sufficient enough. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in to have our conversations around any of the talking points, please feel free to do so. The main topic of discussion, of course, the military coup, the failed military coup in Niger Republic. So I'll play you the Kegite music. We'll see what happens after that. The Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikukuniriu Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us are Ekene, who we have not spoken with in a long while, General Moses, or otherwise known as Ola in some inclination. And there is Zita right there. So that's the assemble so far. Anyone else that wants to come in, come in. Anyone else that wants to come in. We start off the conversation. Let's kick it off with Ekene, who joins us from Nigeria. Ekene, Alpha.
Senior man. Alpha.
Okay, kwata. A text just came in as well. Yes, our body now. You don't reach small though. Wait till we do you now. Alpha.
You don't do me anything. No. Just that your time is not. Just sometimes just like I wake up now and I saw your this thing. I decided to because I'm not feeling sleepy. I decided to join. But the time.
Yes, I know. It's dead in the middle of the night, isn't it? Not conducive for human consumption.
Yeah. It's not even good for my health. So
I know. No mine really, but there it is. So how are you? What have you been looking at in the news? I suspect that is the coup in the Niger Republic that is agitating the politics in Nigeria today.
No, nothing concern me. I don't know. The coup in the Niger Republic is not. It's not necessarily my concern. My concern was when we were What if that name is it Matalawi or what if
Yeah, Bello Matawali, yes.
even though you concluded that Nandi Kano might be right in most of his speech, because I don't know what that kind of human being will be doing in government. What propel the current administration to appoint that man, even in that position?
You know, I'm exactly where you are. It's not even sacking him. Why was he even appointed in the first place? It's not sack. It should be under investigation rather than being in charge of the guns in the country. But sorry, carry on.
It's quite unfortunate. It's quite and if the government really wants to improve, especially in insecurity, I think these are the elements that really need to kick out without looking back. But what do we know? We don't know anything. Which agreement did they have that really made the current administration to appoint him in such position? And when someone in that position is talking like that, how do you intend to flush out banditry? Look at the way he's painting them, trying to let us know that these guys are nice. It's just a situation. What kind of situation will make you carry arms and go and be flushing out communities? You don't even want farmers to farm, killing the economy of this country every day by day. Is very alarming. It's quite unfortunate. And you know, if these people are fighting for their rights or what they're doing is right, then releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, releasing Nnamdi Kanu.
Are you on that train too? That Nandekano,
Yeah,
after all the atrocities is committed,
there
especially
is
in the
nothing
south.
like nothing like any atrocity. If these
Really?
guys can be pampered and asked, being made to be good guys, they are nice, they have. Then Nnamdi Kanu is also fighting a just cause. He's fighting for the Republic of Biafra. Give him what he wants. I think he also deserves a round table. You understand? Deserve a round table talk, even more than these guys. So you cannot sentence Nnamdi Kanu and claim that somebody that carry arms and ambush a lot of people in this country, make a lot of money from kidnapping and all that, that those guys are nice guys. So it is sideways justice. It is sideways justice. And anyone that stands to say that what they did concerning Nnamdi Kanu and what they're doing to the terrorists is what they're supposed to do, then you're not telling yourself the truth. Even though Nnamdi Kanu has a lot of support base from his own region. So these guys, I don't know why the government of this country is behaving this way. I don't know why. These are the things you see and you become tired of this country, honestly speaking. What you see, if you know the number of people that canceled their trip to the village this year because of insecurity, which is not supposed to be so. People need to travel from places to places. Even not nobody from the south desire to live in the north anymore. I can tell you, nobody from the southern part of this country desires to live in the northern space of this country anymore. Rather, the ones that are still there, maybe they still have a little business and they are managing to know how to
Are
relate.
you seeing mass migration from the north? Are you seeing people coming back?
It has already happened. It's just that few people that I know, all the people that I know live in the north, no longer live in the north today. All the people from the south that I know personally that live in the north no longer live in the north anymore. It's just some few places like Kano. Kano still a little bit safety because there are some, because they have a large space of non-indigenous community. Those are still areas that you can still find non-Southerners living in the north, Sabongeli and a few places. And not like they are doing proper investment there. They're just wanting to, maybe their business is still flourishing there, so they're just doing it, bringing the investment home and all that. So, why are they not enjoying it? That people no longer want to associate with you guys because of the way you pamper terrorism. And not even only in your region, you are bringing it down to every part of this country. So it is very unfortunate. Nobody, even when you are being posted as an NYSC student, you don't go. Many of them don't go anymore. They will rather wait for next batch to come out, or they work it out to serve in the south, any part of the south. But going to the north, they will tell you they are not going anywhere. It's affecting our army. It's affecting our policing, because you cannot be in the same army where Boko Harams and the ISWAP are being initiated into the armies. A normal human being cannot be in such a army. The number of army people they want to recruit, how many have they gotten? Nobody wants to join.
Yes, that's what they are finding. They were actually talking about conscription at some point, that maybe they'll start to compel people to join the army.
But it's not supposed to be so. Army is something that carries dignity, that whenever you announce such vacancies, people really want to join. But today, when you talk about army in this country, it's as if it's a joke. It's a joke. Even their salary structure is a joke. They were reading it out the other day. Whether it's 50,000 or so for a start, or I don't know. It's a joke.
It's not 50,000. No, the lowest earner is 107,000 there about the lowest earner.
Yeah, I think so, 107,000. Yeah, which is also a joke. So Nigeria is just so we don't have money to make our armies to live, pay them a very good salary that will attract them into the system. I cannot have a son today and they tell him to go and join Nigerian army, where Boko Harams are also initiated. It's very bad. So
what about the sponsors of insurgency? Their names coming out now, and they are mentioning the former chief of army staff to curb retire. They are mentioning people like Abubakar Balami and, curiously, Emefiele as well. So are you hearing those names, and what are you making of them? They've all come out to reject the association, of course.
Well, it's those names I know that it has been there for a very long time, and you cannot tell me that the government don't know them. I think this government really knows these people. You cannot tell me, because all of us here knows how this insecurity started, and we know the people that are. So most of them are political. Most of them are political. So, and we cannot deny that. You cannot deny that. So whatever name they are mentioned, what matters to me is action. Action. That is what matters to me. Whoever they are calling his name, if that person needs to be punished, let them punish that person. Especially this man that spoke last. I watched his clips. That man, I don't see someone that is not in the army, someone that doesn't have any security intelligence. I don't know what political influence that made him to be appointed into that position. What experience has he garnered in security that really propelled the government to appoint him into that position? He doesn't have the experience. Yeah, he's never been a soldier, even a recruit.
It's political patronage now. It's political patronage more than it's job for the boys.
Why should it
be? And I can understand political patronage, by the way, but not.
But there are positions you don't. There are positions you don't compromise.
Exactly.
This position you don't compromise it, because it will affect the life of common Nigerians. So political party, just like the ones you give to Reno Mokri, nobody's talking about that. I know they're your boys. You want to settle them. Job for the boys. That one is okay. For this particular position, is where people are looking very well for the government to perform. Even if you fail in every other part or every other sector, security you are not supposed to fail as a government, because this is the primary duty of every government to secure life and properties. That is it. And you are using it for political patronage. It means you are not serious. You have never been serious. You have never been serious. So one man, I don't really have much to say, but I don't know. I don't know
Is
how
that
far.
is there anything else that is occupying your thoughts in terms of you say you're not keen on this everybody is talking about the coup attempt in Nigeria not in Nigeria, in Benin Republic, and the Nigerian stellar effort of our military guys that have they've gone into that country and put a stop to it. So that's a feather in the cap, surely. That's a pat on the back. That's a well done to Nigeria.
Honestly speaking, I don't really care whatever the Benin Republic are doing, even if soldiers want to take over the whole place. That one is not my. What concerns me is Nigeria. I cannot be talking about any other part of this.
You don't like good news about Nigeria, B? You don't like it when Nigeria does well.
No, I like when Nigeria does well. That's what I want to hear. You understand? That's what I want to hear. I want to see where.
All right. Yeah, talk to us about the temperature of where you are in terms of the festive season is coming up. They're still talking about dirty December even under this climate, which they should cancel anyway. But what's the mood of the people where you are?
Well, the mood is very high. People really want to boy. People really want to enjoy. You understand? So I think from next week we'll begin to witness the people that want to travel. We begin to see how busy
Are
the
people
road.
factoring in security to their Christmas plans? Are they factoring in security into
Very well. They're very well. That is even the one reason. Even myself, I'm not even concluded whether I'll travel or not. So because
What sort of security are you going to travel in convoys? The people that are traveling, are they going to go in convoys, or how are they intending to?
how
You
going
have
to
to
travel?
navigate the bandits in that journey from
You
the.
cannot travel from Lagos to East now with convoy. It's very difficult. So the only thing is that people are praying that they will not be a victim. That's the only thing. Just pray that you don't be a victim. So once you are not a victim, then you are a survivor. You understand? So for people really wants to travel, because our market is closing on 24th. So I don't see anything I'll be doing in Lagos till maybe January, middle that we are going to open. So I really need to be in the village and attend with associate with my kinsmen and all that. You understand? So that's the benefit of
There are Ise wolves that have to be eaten.
yeah, there are a lot of activities are supposed to go. So I will really need to be around to enjoy those activities. So, but let's see how it goes. I've not concluded, but I really want to. A lot of people say instead of risking their life, let me just sit back, stay in Lagos. Because the truth is that it's not safe in Nigeria today to travel from one place to another. It's not really safe. Honestly speaking, it's not really safe. So you just stay one place and hide yourself. That's how Nigeria is now.
All right, Billion. Stay with us. Can I? So let's say a bit more from you, but let's move the microphone round. I'll take it in the direction of Ola. See if it's ready. Ola, you're up next.
Hello, one man. Can you hear me?
Yes, salam alaikum. Your audio is nice and crisp. Have you
oh,
bought a new system?
One man that like for you. You overheard me the other time that I said I got a new
No,
microphone, right?
I didn't actually. It's the quality that is coming through. Yeah.
Oh wow, thanks for that. I'm happy that at least you can see the quality. Yeah, I have a new mic.
Maybe you can recommend it to Patowski, who is always, about a carrier. No, it's good quality.
No, but no, this one is a content making microphone. No, I told him, I said I got this one for $400, so I
Wow.
definitely is not going for that.
Yeah, really invested. You ought to go full time social media.
Who told you social media? No, well, I don't know if I will go. Well, I may. Don't let me say I may, because I've always had a plan. But the first microphone I got was 2014, which I never used on any social media. So, so don't let it. Well, anything can happen, right? So I may start teaching mathematics. I may start teaching computer science, software development, which I see.
You know, now you said it, maybe it's something you should do, because there are platforms that you can put those sort of things on and monetize it. You only have to do it once, and it will be giving you what's it called, auxiliary funds, passive income for
Passive income, yeah. Yes, I understand, but I just have a lot. I will think through it, because all those things, they are not really easy to produce. So you need a lot of time to do some editing, except you want to go live like this. But if you really want to go like something like teaching, documentary, and all those stuff, I think it takes a lot of time, to be honest.
All right, Bilal. Do you ever pick up your phone? I've tried to call you quite a few times, but I'm not sure if it ever rings through, or maybe I don't even have the right number for you anymore.
Oh, really? I will check what is happening. One thing that happened is this: I have many phones, but I do routing. So I will check. I will check what is happening. I will check what is happening.
Oh, all right. Maybe send me a text so I know that the number is still okay. But okay. To the conversation, the coup attempt in Benin Republic, Nigeria stands in breach of that, protects the president. Is that the good news that we've been waiting for? Something positive associating with the name of the country?
Yeah, I think, in my own humble opinion, it is a good thing for Nigeria to do, because when you look at the situation, already we've been breached around Niger Republic already. So this is a Benin Republic, closer to us in the southwest. So when you have military, when you have a coup plotter surrounding us, so indirectly they are getting to us. After 25 years of democracy, coup d'etat is not what anybody want to wish upon Nigeria, except some people that never witnessed military rule in that country. We are a country that we are supposed to be ahead of any country so far in Africa, given our population, our role in the regional peacekeeping, and the enormous wealth we have both in human resources and natural resources. So at least I'm happy that if those information that I got was true, that Tinubu was able to step up and help quench that kind of attempt. Because whether we like it or not, coup d'etat is not going to help us in West Africa. I know some people, they still have this mindset of politics that just because they don't like someone, you just wish the person to suffer coup overthrown through coup plots, and they could not be wrong. That's the worst anybody could wish upon his even enemy. So to me, I think Nigeria did well in supporting the democratic government in Benin Republic to quench that coup. Because see, when you look at the insecurity in the Sahel, the coup plots that they got there, all those military rule, has never helped. I think the thing has even escalated. So So that is how to know that coup plot in any
But
part of West Africa.
sorry, Ola, but they're citing the example of Burkina Faso and a lot, especially the younger generation ones. They're seeing it as a resounding success. Ibrahim Traore. I'm not quite sure how successful he is, though, because I think a lot of it is propaganda. But they will cite you that example of a successful coup country that is doing well.
You know, in the era of social media, everybody becomes an expert. So all these people that we are talking about, they are experts, even they lack that capacity to even do basic research. So because I don't know what they are seeing in Traore and why they are exaggerating. So that is when people cannot really put the diagnosis between propaganda based on their political bias and the realities. So to me, whatever they are talking about in Traore, I think people should just try to slow themselves down and calm down. See, it is okay. Now, those people that wish could be touch upon Nigeria, maybe they are making a very big mistake. See, you can plan a coup and maybe your coup plots and the government becomes successful in a situation whereby you have homogeneity of, let's say, around 80% of a particular ethnic group, assuming that we just have a major ethnic group in Nigeria now that is about 90% of the total population. Oh, everything becomes very easy. But you know, we have a country where we have three major groups. You know, Yoruba is not going to give up on Igbo. The Igbo people are not going to give up on Hausa. So the level of enmity is too huge for us to just call upon ourselves a military coup that is not going to take us anywhere, because throughout the military, whosoever is there, we are going to engage ourselves with, they are Islamizing us. They are trying to, they are trying to clean us. They are trying to do any cleansing. So what I'm saying is that basically we are going to keep fighting, and the energy that we are supposed to put on developing the nation will just be channels toward enmity. So our coup is not the best. See, whether we like it or not, I keep hearing people that says, okay, democracy is not the best for us. Then you've got to tell us what is best for us, because see, just imagine Buhari upon yourself for 50 years. And now, why did I mention Buhari? You have a dictator that his tenure has no end. Now, if Buhari were to be a dictator, a monarch, do you think we won't have Ruga in Enugu today? We will have Ruga. And the anointing is this: if you are bringing our local Fulani that we've known for a very long time, that they didn't cause any problem to Enugu, that's fine. But you are bringing those people that you believe are your family members, that are your people. You are bringing them from maybe Mali, Niger Republic, that they have no allegiance to Nigeria. You are resetting them somewhere where they don't care. These people, they don't even understand the civilization in Enugu. It's going to be dangerous for us. So why we are able to repel what Buhari wanted to do is just because we're in democracy. In the military era, you were not going to get away with that, because Buhari was going to crush everyone, and he was going to use decree to implement what he want to implement. So people praying for dictatorship. You don't understand. You don't understand missing people on the street of Lagos during the military era. You don't understand those people that never did anything, that anyone kuruga, that the police and the mopo would just be on the street, that we just grab you somewhere. If you could not settle, you'll just be taken to the detention facility. You could be gone for 20 years without committing any offense. Those were the things we got under the military. And the spillover is still why even our democratic institution, somehow our governors, those people we are electing today, they don't even know how to govern again. Because in the Second Republic, the governors, they knew, they knew what to do. They were building infrastructure. they were developing they were developing the agriculture just to make sure that within the state they were sufficient in terms of food, food security, both security of life and the property too. Those things were paramount to whatever they were doing those days. But when we got military, so there was no way for us to transfer from that Second Republic to the Third Republic we have now. Maybe we should we call this one Third Republic? And this is the Fourth Republic because of that Abiola Onoke was thwarted. So this is the Fourth Republic. So we lost that that mechanism, that organization structure. So we are political leaders that is either they are confused today or they are not competent. They don't know what they are supposed to do, and that is why even our population too, our citizens, we don't even know how to do. That is why you will see some obedient. They are still living in 2023 instead of concentrating on governance and come back into proper politics in 2027. But they are still focused. So instead of them being a good citizen, people being a good citizen, they are wishing the current occupant of Aso Rock bad luck, failure, without even thinking that if Tinubu failed today, they failed too. So to me, having a coup, having ourselves surrounded by countries being led by dictators is not nice for us. So at least it is a good thing that that Nigeria was able to play
that seems to be what we have now, though, because if you look at Niger Republic, that's a military dictatorship. Chad is a military dictatorship. Okay, Cameroon is not even a dictatorship, but it's worse. It's a vegetable that is in charge of that country. So there's no governance in anywhere surrounding. And if Benin Republic had fallen, they would have been totally surrounded by military dictatorship, which would then be putting ideas, I suspect, in our own military's minds.
Yeah, yes, I agree with you, but the implication is even more than running the military dictatorship. If things go south, and maybe Sahel fall due to the military dictators that are not even able, because if you see all these military dictators, you will see that since the insecurity in Sahel has even escalated, and someone correct me if wrong. So what's the benefit? What's the benefit of those people? So to me, one of those things is that you don't want the like of Benin Republic to collapse, so that you don't have influx of people seeking refuge in Nigeria. Although I know that eventually, whether we want to have this serious debate.
So sorry, do we have a buffer country between us and Benin? Are they immediately on our border? Is it Togo? Which one is immediately on our border?
There's no border. Togo is on the other side. Benin is sandwiched between Nigeria and Togo. So we have Benin.
So it's Benin then Togo.
So
yes.
So at the end of the day, do you know the uncomfortable that discussion we don't want to have, whether we like it or not? Any average Nigerian, that if you really want Nigeria, because two things: anybody that wants Nigeria to work, one of the critical ways that Nigeria will work for whatever insecurity that is going on around us will not affect us is that we have to fence our border. Whether you push out,
is that why you are showing in two places?
Ogala, I owe you a cold stout, big one.
No, I know we are two generals. It's Azan that is is the fake one. I'm the authentic General Musa here. So Azan is the one.
As long as you won't plot a queue, that would be fine.
No. To me, I think we need to fence our border, and it has to be very fast. Because if you look at
sorry, do you want to put a budget to that? A country as vast as Nigeria to fence the border with what? Like the Americans are doing?
Honestly,
No. A woman is not that kind of. They don't actually. You don't really need to fence the whole country.
see,
What you usually do is to
Yeah, but
fence.
put a budget to it though. Well, put a no, put a budget to it though. People say all these things without actually looking at the cost of it. Put a budget to fencing Nigeria.
Woman.
Okay,
Can
I
I
will
say
give a range of
something?
budget.
Can I say something?
Let me, okay, go ahead, then I'll come after you.
See, woman. I hope Ubeni is here. It must not necessarily be the type of wall America is building or other countries. It's just for you to make a ring around the necessary place. The moment you do that, anybody who crosses it becomes a trespass. That is the brain behind creating walls. It's not necessarily mean that you have to create and build and do of course, no matter what you do, somebody can still puncture it and pass. But the important thing is that at that point, it becomes no trespass. I think that's what Ola is talking about.
I understand that, but I'm talking about the cost of it.
Yes,
you are talking about the better part of a $20-30 billion spend now.
But we have
no,
it.
No,
we
it's
have
not
it
going
now.
to be up to that.
But we have it.
No, it's not even going to be up to that. Let me tell you something, one man. You have to look at the cost benefit analysis. Now, there are a lot of things happening in Nigeria today that fencing our border we say first, because now we cannot really put our hand on our chest and say our population is really our population in that country without saying probably a huge 50 million of our population today are not supposed to even be part of our populations. They are infiltrators. So that's a security on its own. The population you are not supposed to be responsible for now trooping into your country. Now, if those people are trooping into your country with something to contribute, we understand. But you are having people coming in to indoctrinate and coming in to unsettle you for the peace that you've enjoyed for over 4 decades. So you have to look at that cost. Even if it is going to cost Nigeria $100 billion to fence, we don't look at today. What you are looking at, you don't want Nigeria to fall. Because the thing is, whether we like it or not, we have to allow, because that's one of those things that I would say that we even need to be a serious country, because we have to be a regional force. Whenever the Sahel fall, we should be the one to be defending and to be pushing people over. And having fence is one of the first principle towards our being well to developing our military base. Because secure yourself first and make sure that you don't even have some kind of silly people coming to your country. Then you start growing your military base from that point. So it doesn't matter. I know the budget. I know my own personal budget, but I want to keep it. Maybe if me and you speak in the background or on phone, I can just tell you what I have, my idea about that. So I won't lie to you. I have a research paper on it, at least up to 30 documents, up to 30 pages.
Wow. All right. We look forward to you sharing some of that. Hold on today. Ola, do you want to speak to us about the sponsors of terrorism and the clamor for Bello Matawalle to step down? He being, by his own admission, a sympathizer with the insurgents.
You see my opinion, I expressed this to Baba and some people while we were in the background last week. You see, normally, if I were to be, okay, as I'm in Canada now I have some of my people, at least 2 of my team members, they are in Canada now. One is a second lieutenant in the Canadian Forces. Another one is the head of IT in his own company. Now, look at it this way now. Just imagine one of them now recruiting me now to now be reporting to them. How will I feel? Because these are the people that Even one of them were coming directly from university that I mentored. But now, in reality, just because I'm not working like they are working in the industry now, they are my seniors. That's the reality. They are my seniors. They were my team member. Now, just of all a sudden, they now put me under them. Now to now be, it will look somehow hard. So now, if I could not take it, the best thing for me is to step aside. If Matawale has nothing to hide, General Musa was his junior, I think, in time of the government hierarchy. A shameful person that has nothing to hide, you understand, should just resign. After all, we listened to the like of we had the like of the Bukola Saraki referred to Oshibajo as an ordinary commissioner. So this guy Matawale should be able to say ordinary general and resign if he has nothing to hide. I think that guy is either he's not shameful or he has something to hide. So a person like him, you don't. If he's a serious guy, he should just resign. You understand? I think he has a question to answer by his body language, and I think by January, if that guy is not signing, I think Tinubu should just tell the guy, please come they go. So as for the like of Malami and Buratai or whosoever they are trying to deny their involvement in thwarting the plan to uncover the financiers of terrorism or banditry in Nigeria, I think whatever they are saying holds no water, to be honest. If they are really serious, I want to see them. No, let me just land this one, then you target. So if they are really serious, they should please go ahead and sue for defamation. Let it start from that place. Let's start that talk of work. Okay, you want to clear your name? Don't just come out. Go ahead. I dare them to go and sue for defamation. Because I have every reason to believe Ali Kefi. Go ahead.
But I have every reason to also believe that Buratai is no Boko Haram member, not in the slightest. And I'm sure they are going to take legal action. Okay, Kefi is a disgruntled, sacked, court-martialed, disgraced soldier, so he has access to grind with most of the people that he called, especially Buratai, who was his superior and who was part of the people that disciplined him. So if you know people who hold grudges, Kefi seems to be one of them. And what it is during Buratai's reign as Boas was kind of it has been like that anyway. If you are Boas, your tenure will never be smooth. You have to crush other generals, other majors, officers. You have to do things for disciplinary purposes so that you will maintain discipline within the army and operational readiness and all that. So Buratai did his thing, and he left. Now people who have within the army, outside the army, who have been touched by some of his policies, are taking advantage now. They want to smear his name, but we know for a fact it's just like somebody telling me that the vice president is Boko Haram. How? These things are just so pedestrian, so local, so irrational that I don't even know how to engage. The South is just so prone to propaganda. Unfortunately, I just think that may be the case. But give me some evidence, something that I can latch onto. I don't just say things out of just your emotions. Sometimes I don't doubt Bertie one bit. I know him very well. He's a gentleman, fine soldier.
No, Azan, in my opinion, everybody that failed to act appropriately is a suspect. You understand? And and now for almost 4 weeks now, I've been saying that anybody that is not ready to lay his life down for the country, don't even go for any political position. Don't do that. You understand? Because what am I saying is this: we be hearing all this list of financier of Boko Haram. You understand? And up to now, why were those people in government yesterday hiding? What were the people they are currently hiding until Trump agitated everyone? You understand? So the point is this: there's no way you want to tell me that the like of Buratai, the like of Malami, there's no way you want to tell me that they don't have something to hide.
I don't know of Malamio. I don't know. I don't really care of Malamio.
Like people are saying, we are not saying we are not nobody is saying that really they are final, they are the ones sponsoring. But the question is this: they know something about, they know something we don't know. And if you know something we don't know, why are they not acting?
Let me ask you, in that your Canada, how do you people get access to classified documents? Do you do your freedom of information request and then you get classified documents?
All right, Hassan. Let's do it this way. Hassan. Let's do it this way. Let Ola land, and then we hear from Zeta, and then Jude and yourself, and then we open it up. So Ola, and after Ola, we start to do 5-7 minutes monologue. Ola, back to you.
So what I wanted to say is that you understand there's no way Buratai, Malami, there's no way I can excuse all those people. So I think this government need to do something now with all this report coming out. I think the government should just constitute a panel, maybe, and give them mandate, maybe a week or 2 weeks, round the clock. Let them do research. Anybody that need to be prosecuted, let there be a special tribunal. Prosecute. Anybody that need to go to jail, life imprisonment, irrespective of the position, let the person go. Anybody that need to be, you say what?
What's your opinion on the vice president being Boko Haram?
Don't worry now. I know say the person is related to you. We talk off camera. We talk off camera. Don't worry.
You can even talk when it opens up to a more generalized conversation. But Ola,
exactly. So let me yield for the next person. We still have a lot to say later. Let's me yield to this.
Yes, and I wanted to hear from you as well. The Americans have sent a delegation to Nigeria to go and investigate the goings on there exactly. So stay steady. We kick it off. We may want to kick that one off with Zeta. So the American delegation led by Representative Riley, they're in Nigeria, but they're not only meeting Ribadu, they're actually going to the Middle Belt, to the heart of the matter, to speak to the victims. So are they gathering information then to take an even more aggressive stance? So there's that. And then there's the Coup, of course, in Niger Republic, which seems to be the hot button topic that everybody is talking about. Nigeria to the rescue, a feather in our cap. And I'm glad today is here as well. That tells us we have no ministry. We're rescuing the whole of the African continent, and it's telling us we have no military. And then people calling for Burutai to resign, all of that. So give us about 5-7 minutes at Zeta, and then we open it up to a more generalized conversation once everybody has spoken. Zeta. After all that build up. Okay, let's go to Jude. Jude, are you there?
Oh yes, one man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Salam alaikum.
I'm not a Muslim, so.
One man, you will just leave me for here. They try. They have you myself. I get plenty things to do.
No. We will come to you shortly. I'm going in the order that people came in. No vex, Hassan. So Jude, yeah, give us about 5-7 minutes, and then we'll move it on. You see, people are eager to speak. Jude.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take your time, but I came here when you guys were talking about Benin and fencing Nigeria. And I went through statistics. I was checking the landscape of Nigeria, how big Nigeria is. Nigeria is not among the 10 biggest country in Africa, if I'm not mistaken. I'm talking in terms of landmass. Nigeria is not that big in terms of landmass. Now, when it comes to population, they have an increasing population. Now this guy is talking about fencing Nigeria. You fence a small landmass with an increasing population with no space of agricultural sites and all of that stuff. People will suffocate inside Nigeria, especially with the increasing population. People will suffocate. Let me finish, man. One man, am I the one on the mic? Can you allow me land my point?
Yeah,
okay.
Carry on today. You still have the floor, but you have to understand that you round people up with some of your opinions. But I can't.
Yeah, I'm just stating facts. Nigeria is not that big. Now you have an increasing population of 200 and something million, and you want to fence that population into a small landmass. Now there's suffocation. Now there's increase of population. Yeah, people are breeding like animals. All of that stuff in a small.
Idea
Can
of
I?
the you are talking about, man, have some respect. Who are breeding like animals? Don't you understand what demography is? What kind of settlement is there in Cameroon that you just come here and just start blowing this nonsense? Nigeria is almost 1,000 square kilometers, almost a million
Did
square
you
kilometers.
just say we breed like animals?
That's what he just said. Almost a million square kilometers.
Come on now. How do
The
you
land,
speak to people
the
about
landmass
that?
of
Hold
South
on, hold
Africa is
on,
big. Man,
hold on.
it's
Why
my
would you
turn to
use such
speak.
a word that we breed like animals?
But I mean, don't you see how the population is
No, no,
increasing?
no, no, no. Come on, come on. Let's say this. You just said we breed like animals.
But I mean, there's nothing wrong in
Hold
it. Is there
on.
anything?
Did you just say we breed like animals?
Yes, ma'am. What is wrong with it?
Which animal exactly do we breed like?
It's a general statement. It depends
No,
on
no,
how you
no,
take
no,
it. But
no,
let me
no.
finish, right? Can you allow
You
me
can't
to?
finish. I
Okay,
will
go ahead.
not
You have the floor.
listen
Go
to
ahead and talk.
me. I
Go ahead and
will
talk.
not let you come in here and say that Nigerians breed like animal. The country I come from, we breed like animals.
Isn't that
Come
a
on
fact?
now.
When the population
Hey,
in
hold on.
19
Don't you, excuse me, don't you have a better way to rephrase your statement?
No, there's no better way because
Then
you
you shut
compared it.
up.
Okay.
You just
Are
shut
you
up. Otherwise, I'm
are
going
you
to make this platform very rowdy for you. You don't
okay?
do
Are you
that. You don't
okay?
do that. I will
Okay.
not come to any platform and insult the citizens of that country. I won't do that.
Oh, okay.
That's
One man,
very
can
rude of. Hold on, I'm still
you mute the
talking.
mic,
Just
please?
shut up. I'm still
Can
talking. You
one man,
cannot come here and say that Nigerians breed like animals. You should have a better way to present your case. Even
did
if
you
you
tell
want to,
one man when he
hold on,
said
I'm still talking.
when he
Please,
insulted Cameroon and said
please,
Cameroon is a vegetable
please.
country? Did you say that to one man calling
You would have pointed
Cameroonians
that out.
vegetables?
Listen to
Did you
me.
say?
If somebody insults your country, you have the right to point that out and give
I
the
don't have
person a
to. There's
caution.
nothing wrong with it, man. This is
But
a fact.
no,
The
there is a
population of
lot wrong with
Nigeria,
it. Not
the
even when I'm in the
population of
platform. There
the
is
way
a lot wrong with it. You don't come in here and say Nigerians breed like animals. You
is
don't
the
say
fact
that.
based on the
That's
population
rude.
increase. Don't you
That's
see how
very
the population is
insulting.
increasing?
And
Okay.
I take
Hold on.
highly offense to that.
All right. Today, we draw that statement and then move on. And please don't use
Okay.
provocative language. So we draw that statement
Okay,
and move on.
let me withdraw that statement. It's my time to speak up. I'm
one
gonna be
man,
done so quick. Can I
no,
finish? Can I finish?
one
I'm
man,
gonna be done. Hold on,
one
sir.
man, can
Sir,
you mute this guy?
sir, I
Can you,
have the floor.
one man, can
Sir,
you
I
mute this
have the
guy,
floor
please?
to
You will
speak.
speak.
You
He
cannot, you
does not
You're not
give
cannot,
gonna
any
speak.
facts here. It's not going. He doesn't understand the
You
context. He
will
doesn't
not say
understand
a word. If
one
if
man, can you remove him
if
from the
the
class?
way you speak is by calling us people who breed like animals, you're not gonna speak.
All
One man,
right. All right.
can you remove him?
All right, Judea, the voice of the
Can you
people is
remove him from the platform, please, one man?
yeah.
Can you remove him from the platform?
Hold on. The
You
voice
got to
of the
go.
people. The
You
voice of
cannot,
the
no,
people.
one man, please, you cannot let, no. You have to remove
So
him from
so
the
you guys
platform.
don't want outsiders to come
Can you
into your
remove him,
platform
please?
and speak.
Oh,
No,
not insult us.
we
Not
want
insult us.
intelligent
Is
You
it
are
not
outsiders.
an
free to
insult?
say
Is it an
whatever you
insult?
want to say. Lay your point, but with respect.
no ethics, no etiquette, no.
When when one man called Cameroon vegetables, did you guys say the same thing? No. So
I didn't
man,
stop you from calling him out.
why are you doing the insult? I'm not insulting
No,
anyone.
I didn't stop you from calling him out.
Okay, can I go ahead and speak?
No, you won't.
You won't speak here.
Oh, okay, I'll withdraw my statement. Can I go ahead and speak? I'll withdraw
No,
my
you won't
statement.
unless you apologize.
Just leave.
And
Just
make
leave.
sure going forward,
Just leave.
you need to rephrase your statement.
One man remove this guy from the platform.
Why
You
remove me?
know,
I'm
hold on.
back.
One man.
Hold on.
Let's
Yes,
not do this.
Babati, I know where you're coming from.
Cannot. No.
There is
no way.
Hold on now, guys, please now. Let me moderate the conversation. Let me moderate the conversation. Just give me 1 microsecond. So I take on board. You hear the feedback as well today, and this is not the first time. People don't like this in elegant. Amongst ourselves, we can use it. This, you've never really understood Nigeria. This is the thing today. But amongst ourselves, we say the most vile things to ourselves as Nigerians. But as soon as somebody outside of the borders of that country come in to say something bad about our country or our people, the sort of reaction that you're getting now is what you get. So it's not open season, we open season on ourselves, but yes. But what about our thing about
apology? No. We don't want to affect the apology. There's no need to.
What about this thing that we do about free speech and letting uncomfortable opinions?
That one crossed the line. You don't do that.
So we're not a free speech platform anymore.
That is crossing the line. You don't call people like animals.
You have to understand that it's a French speaker, so it may well be.
He has common sense. I hope he does. You don't do that. You can be critical.
You say he has common sense. It's a Cameroonian.
I'm assuming that he has. I hope he does. You don't put like animals. Come on now. That went too far. You cannot.
All right. Today I have to be guided by the platform. So I'm going to ask you to yield the mic, and then we're going to Hassan. Hassan. Now no one wants to speak. Yeah?
Let me drop the mic. I had no plans to come anyways. I went in the background, but that really pissed me off. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Breeding animals, okay? That way.
But it's a turn of phrase though that people are breeding like rabbits.
It's
a turn of phrase now. It's not essentially an insult.
One man, it was wrong. That's it. There's no excuse to me. Don't help him out here. That was
exactly. When someone you can say something. If nobody raised objection, maybe you are okay. But once people feel offended and they raise objection, the best thing and the nice thing for you to do is just to apologize and move. So don't defend whenever those people you insult resist you. The humble thing to do is to say, okay, I'm sorry, and I move on. I remember a boss of mine telling us one day that we Nigerians, we speak English, we don't understand. What Jude just did now, you speak English, but you don't really understand what you were saying. So when you are using,
I know what he's doing now. He knows very well what he's doing. He's doing it
because if you actually understand the implication, because that thing has a very huge implication. Because do you know that kind of thing is some crazy country, they can take you up legally too, even by calling them that they breed like an animal. So
first of all, humans don't breed. That's actually rude.
Exactly. So
humans don't breed. You listen. There are a very better way of saying another phrase that are rude, but it takes time for you to catch it up. You would have said it in another phrase. It would have been rude, but it takes a smart person to know you are being rude. Instead of laying it out like that, that's actually very rude.
Now, because the other time now, they leave me talk everything we want to finish now. We're going to come to talk another nonsense. One man, remember that time we were talking about General Christopher Musa and the barricade, the fence that he was proposing. As CDS, that was one of his core proposals to the federal government. And I think he had, as of that time, the federal government had actually agreed in principle. Now, how to fund it is
So
what is
to fence Nigeria around, is that's
not Nigeria completely. The borders are from from the Mandara Mountains to the Lake Chad shore, and to the northern border, the whole northern border with Niger, and to some part of Benin, and in the extreme northwest. That cap, just that cap, and it's not as if it's going to be a complete war. It's going to be, there are a lot of places where, because of biodiversity, issues with vegetation and topography, just environmental and issues. There are places where those considerations will be given, such that at least plants and animals can crisscross. But for the human being, and they're going to be using technology to watch the most porous parts. We know the most porous parts of our borders where we don't have people in mind, from the immigration and custom and things like that. Now those places will take, the majority of those fencing. And in the other, if you've seen videos of Ukraine, you will notice that on the road, to avoid FPV drones, they usually build a kind of a net all over the road. But the nets are to prevent FPV drones from, reaching and then exploding and killing people, machines and all that. So there was one proposal around that, actually using a lot of different materials depending on the location to achieve that. The reason why I'm in full support of this is that these weapons are so common in the Sahel. It is the weapons that I'm more afraid of, than the actual, people, because this is what has made the bandits and the terrorists so powerful. If you go back 15, 18, 20 years back, it's not as if at that time there wasn't, Kamahada clashes, but at that time the Fulani only uses, especially our own Fulani, they only use stick. But the thing bad finish, the Bukari, which they call a cutlass. Now what they get now, those weapons can be deadly, but they are not, when you compare them with assault rifles, automatic assault rifles, you can imagine the kind of, how just within the space of a few years, the whole balance of power has shifted to such a position where the bandits have so much firepower and people cannot defend themselves. You can imagine if I'm in my farm and somebody comes to attack me, I may go to my farm with my stick too and some cutlass too. Of course, I'm in the farm. I have to have something. So just because you have a cutlass I can defend myself, but you cannot take it for 7. How? Which you get now. So if you stop that access, from the weapons coming in, the ammunition will finish anyway. When the ammunition finishes, it's either they throw away the carcass of the assault rifle, whatever they will do, but that will dampen down, and then nobody is going out. So the ones that are inside, wherever their hideouts will then surgically go and finish them where they are, and then not allow any other. It's not even to control migration of people. That migration, arms, people who are buying arms and bringing it here, and those who are carrying the arms and coming in here, it's very, very important that we deal with that aspect so well. And
Azan, you were not there when I think maybe you were there, Michael. All of us were in the background there when I was even doing some kind of.
Sorry, Ola. Let me drop you okay. Little super chaters or Tope and Ayo. Please try and get the conversation to Zita quickly. She's been here all day. Back to you. Thank you for seeing tomorrow. Thank you, Ola. Text me, Ola. Text me, Ola, so I have the right number.
Okay, no, I think you were off my list. You that's what happened. I got another phone in January. I think. Since when have you not been able to communicate?
About 6 months, a year now. I was calling you the other day, and
Yeah, no,
I wasn't sure it
I've
was.
just updated. I think the thing should normally come through my phone. I don't know why it wasn't coming. That's why I'm even surprised.
All right.
I will message you now. Let me see.
No, you don't have to do it immediately right now, but when you have a moment, do it. All right.
Okay.
Oh no, was that you just now?
Yeah.
All right. A message just came in. All right. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you. So, we were discussing some kind of solution in the background. Those that you understand, whenever we go to the background, I will show you my confidential document. But when I'm saying it,
What are
this
you
is
talking about?
see, don't worry, we talk in the background. I know there are many content creators here, so I don't. Before you know now,
We'll talk about that.
yeah, we talk in the background.
Sorry, Ola. Please encourage them to be liking and subscribing. We need 10 new subscribers today. So
When you are at the background,
intermittently encourage them to like and subscribe.
Okay. So, no, Madam Zita, except if you want to contribute to it, then I can bring it.
What are you people talking about? I actually wanted to speak on Nnamdi Kanu. and then the coup plotters around Africa. But why are they doing those coups, if I may ask? Because the countries that did the coups, their security are not better than the ones that didn't have coups, that are doing democracy.
They are even worse off.
That was off. So what is the essence of the coup?
I think if we look at it wider, there is something that is playing out that is beyond one country. That I see the hands of,
Just say it openly. Russian and China.
No, you see,
there is a new scramble for this continent, whether we like it or not, and it's not looking good. You see, which Rwanda and DRC, Trump made them say, I've been at the first
no, you see, actually, you see this thing you just said now, that has been a problem with Africa. Anytime anything is happening to us, instead of us to take care of it, debate it, handle it, look for solution, we always throw this idea. Don't get me wrong, that is the West. And the moment we say is the West, it's as if a cold water is poured on us. We live to accept it. We live not to blame our leaders for not doing anything. Come on now. The people doing the coup is we, the Africans. So if we are being used to destroy our land, that means we are not a very good people. So why would we be calling them? Why would we be calling the West for every misbehavior in Africa? Why should we be doing that? The guy in Burkina Faso, is it Burkina Faso? Which one that doing a lot of AI show about him on
Traore.
Yeah. The one in Burkina Faso, I remember vividly his reasons why he took that office. He come out on insecurity a lot. In fact, this thread and all whatnots are even like 20% of his reason. His main reason was insecurity. And I've been seeing a lot of his soldiers being paid by these reckless militants. On several occasions, his country has been run down. Is it Mali?
And do you know something, Madam Zita? Every time when this thing happens, it always takes the same pattern. French, Francophone country, Russian-backed militia, and then the people, because France has so, yama there for years, they don't want to hear anything France, they will just say, okay, Russia, our
Are they better off now?
That's the problem with the African that I'm trying to point out. You see, this, I don't know whether it's inferiority
The next
complex
thing
or
now that we
whatever.
say is France that is sponsoring the meal. Why are we always blaming everybody except ourselves? Why Africans like that?
The blame should be shared. Yes, yeah. The blame should be shared. Yes, yeah. But it's also true
No,
that
no,
I'm backing up that you see Russian
Azan,
mercenaries now.
Azan, do you know why I agree with it? See, normally our enemies will be fight. They are supposed to be our enemies, stopping us from progressing, right? So we can't blame enemies for being enemies. We have to blame ourselves for being the enemies of ourselves. They don't want us to progress. You see, I think we discussed how these guys brought down China in the past twice using the Opium War. You understand? It was until the Chinese realized that, okay, we are the enemies of ourselves, and they now did the right thing. If we keep blaming these people and we are excusing ourselves, I think we are not ready for development. That's the way I see it too. I think I agree with Zita.
Is anytime we mention West, even a leader, the guy goes, all this military takeover. The moment they take over, they will be screaming and shouting and insulting the West, how they're going to kill the West, how going to let them rude, arrogant, and pomposity. At the end of the day, you still go to look for help. So if you think France is not doing well with you, you went and brought Russia. So Russia is the one that will do everything for free for you. Come on now.
White man are interested.
What kind of
They
madness
don't
is
serve their
this?
own interest. Well, it is what it is. It's just that we have a convoluted kind of identity, and we have an identity crisis. The average African man doesn't understand himself. He's just so, you know,
No, I think it's our
open to
nation.
manipulation.
No, I think it's
Actually,
our nation. You see,
this
there
sub-Saharan
was
Africa
no,
in
it's our
general.
nation. You are breaking off. I can't hear you very well. It is our nation. You see, the African society is made of kingdoms. We are people that are being, we have one superior person somewhere that controls everything and then rule us that way. We are kingdoms, ethnic groups, kingdoms, and all those things all over Africa. That's the setting of Africa. Now, we the West came and kind of tried to force us to get out of it, to live a liberal where people speak, where people have an opinion, where people participate in leadership. It is not working because a president duly elected in Africa acts like a king. He treats his citizens like a king. The same thing with a military ruler. When he takes over, he rules like a king. He treats his citizens like a king. So that nature of an African man, I don't think it has actually left us. So we should not be blaming, we shouldn't
I
be
agree.
blaming
I agree,
the
100%.
West. It's our attitude, our lifestyle that we refuse to live. But in fact, honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't even understand Africa these days. They are just going everywhere, talking rubbish, doing all manner of things, like some kind of spirit of confusion in Africa. You said you are taking over from government to secure your land that is being invaded. Look at Mali. Mali is on the ground. Mali is actually on the. These people have run over everywhere. I don't understand that. Is it the okay? Okay, the West is the one arming them. That's what they will tell you. And who are they arming? Your own citizens. Who are they arming? Those people running around Nigerians, they're not whites, they're blacks. Those people running around Mali, they are not whites, they're blacks. Look at Honestly speaking, we should stop. It demeans us when we start blaming everybody except ourselves. Honestly, it demeans us. Look at Darfur. Look at Sudan. Look, man, the whole place is in shambles. And instead of us to look for a way out of it, we are still blaming the West. Come on now. Some people will even blame America. I would like, these guys give Africa money like as if we are beggars. As though we are beggars. They don't have projects in Africa. They are not transactional. They are not transactional like Russia and
You don't,
China.
you don't see American security NSS documents
Is that
when I
what?
released the invested. Have you seen the American strategic
I think
security
you have to
document?
remove your speakerphone because it's not. I don't know if it's me or maybe
I'm
Allah
not
is
clear,
hearing
right?
you.
No,
Oga, can
I
you
think
hear me?
I can hear you. I think you are far from the, yeah, you know, I can hear you because of the type of instrument I'm using. So,
Okay, what of now?
It's
Is it
better
better
now.
now?
You are better now. Yeah, you were far from the microphone initially.
So America actually published a document. I think it's their strategic security document framework or something like that, the day before yesterday or yesterday, where the Trump administration was looking at how they are going to, where they are going to focus on in the next couple of the remaining part of his presidency and what he hopes will happen after he is gone from the presidency. And they call it the Don Monroe doctrine. So they are taking back the Monroe doctrine where they think, and they are now going to exclusively focus on the Western Hemisphere. First in priority is for them to conquer, and that they should have absolute control of Latin America. So in the order of importance, after Latin America, they say they are going. That's the reason why they are at Venezuela's border. Probably is going to even take Canada. They ready. So, and then he's talking about then
He's not going
actually,
to take Canada, of course. He's joking, you know.
yeah, he's talking about actually going back to the Asian Pacific, to actually influence, the band of islands around southern China, so such that they can choke China out and don't allow China to develop faster. But they say they are going to avoid conflict with China at any cost now until they build up significant, manufacturing and industrial base that is rooted the raw materials they completely 100% control. So in order of importance, Latin America, Southeast Asia, then Europe,
Do you
then
know why
Middle
they said
East,
Latin
then
America?
Africa. Africa is the last in
They
America's
never show
strategic
interest
importance.
in Africa. I always tell people that growing up as a child, I
They use third
remember
parties.
for some reasons, America is not interested in Africa. I can't lay my hands on it
No,
because they are the
how do
highest
you
donor.
mean?
They
Hold
are
How
on,
do you mean?
interested
hold on.
in
Let me
terms of
finish.
resources. So
Let me finish. In terms of support, United States is the highest financial supporter Africa has ever had. In all areas, they load money. Go back to your timetable. They've spent trillions of dollars in Africa without caring. They don't care.
that was their soft power now.
No.
It's another tool of control now.
No. You
It's
see
just like
why
the
I
free
said
lunch
no.
now, Madam Zita. If person
No,
they give
let
you
me tell
free
you why I
lunch,
said no.
you
It's
should
back to
despise it
our
now.
it's back to our propaganda. When they load that money, our leaders misbehave. They will turn back and tell you, the citizens, America is trying to influence us. They want to choose a leader for us. It's as if they poured cold water on our body. We say, oh no, America, they cannot come. Oh. Those are propaganda. Let me tell
But
you
they do
one
us
thing.
bad thing with IMF and that their World Bank.
Listen, let me tell you one thing. One thing you have to have at the back of your mind going forward is that Go back to the drawing table. If United States has wanted Africa, they would have had it long time ago. All these railroads, all these airports, all these roads, all these infrastructure, schools and everything, they would have been the one to build them and put all their gadgets and souvenir everywhere. And that you would have welcomed it because they have the money. So when I hear people saying America is, I begin to wonder from where now? These people actually give us money like beggars. You see a beggar sitting on the road, you just dump money into his begging pan and walk away. That's how they've been giving us money over the years. They don't care. With all the natural resources in Africa, with all the things in Africa, the only thing is that they have their companies that work there. And they come there to work like Selense. They work like, their companies come there, work like, before you say Jack Robinson, they walk away. For some reasons, I don't know. I don't want to say whether it's because Africa is far away, but there are countries that are farther than Africa that they still do business with. They still poke nose.
Madam Zita, I think they have interest in Nigeria because at least some of us were opportune to work for American companies, even though we want to claim they are small, they are not that big, but at least some of us are still grateful that they have some company on ground that we started our career with. So I think they are interested, to be honest. They are interested. So, but the level of that interest is
What kind of interest?
Okay. I think American too, they need to take care of their citizens, right? Now, American has the biggest embassy in Nigeria today, for example. So why do they have the biggest embassy in Nigeria?
Because you people are very big in number.
So then that means that that's an interest. So that's why I'm saying that we just
They have to
know
big
what type of
something
interest.
big enough to contain you guys, the number of women in Africa, in Nigeria, that are interested in coming to America. So they need a bigger platform.
Why
That's
not?
just
Why
the
not?
truth.
Why not having the biggest in India? India has a bigger population than us. Why not India?
Because India actually do not do that shenanigan of dual citizenship. India has the highest number of diaspora, seconded with China, in the United States.
Madam.
So how did they come?
Many Indians have dual citizenship, which they hide whenever they are returning to their country. As a matter of fact, if there's anybody, if there's anybody that undermine any country's immigration system, they are the Indians. Because sometimes I compare them vis-a-vis China. The Chinese people, they do undermine. What the Chinese people do is they can stay in their country and buy all your assets. You understand? And buy all your assets. But they even when they come to your country, they come and form their own kind of caucus when they are when they are placing their company. They don't come here to hijack the business you have on ground. But Indians, they will come and hijack the business you have on ground. They will even put the population out once they get to that top power, the top level, and they will hire themselves within the WhatsApp group. So what I'm saying is this.
I don't want to move away from the topic. Let me ask you a
I'm
simple
coming
question.
back to it. So they have interest in all, but what type of interest is what should we should try and find out. They have interest, definitely.
Let me ask you a simple question. America is not born today, and Nigeria is not born today. If I make a rough estimate, America has spent $1 billion. I'm just saying. Like, I want to say it like a novice. $1 billion in Nigeria alone. And then I now ask you, since the creation of America and the creation of Nigeria, and they be spending that money, you think their interest is so ambiguous that up till now it has not been able to manifest? That's the question I'm asking you. What kind of interest will somebody have in a land that for hundreds of years he has not been able to manifest? You know they listen. Do you know why? I think Africans think too much about themselves. too much of themselves, and that's actually laughable. Honestly, this idea of what we have this, we have that, they're coming for this, is actually really and funnily laughable. Because there is nothing
But
you have.
Rosita,
Hold on.
even in that document, sorry, even in that document, what the Americans actually said was that they did not say it explicitly, but what they inferred was that they take Africa to be just like an extractive hemisphere where they come and get their raw materials, and that they expect the markets to be open for the African population to buy from their economy, practically a dumping ground, and American services. And then they also explicitly inferred that they will be on the lookout for talents, in Africa, so that they can, drain the African continent. That is just what they said. That is what they think of Africa at the end of the day. So, yeah, it is apparent. But well, we
Why
have
are
a
you
lot of
people
blame to
always
carry.
calling them?
But then I don't see how, if we do not do our homework, whether it is China or whether it is Russia, every country that comes into Africa has its own motives, has its and is only looking out for its interests. Um, at a fundamental level, we
What
have to
is the
understand
interest
and stop
America
being
is
naive.
looking? I really want to know. What is their interest that are giving you people so much money?
The United
And
States.
yeah, and again,
Oh,
the
there are so
money.
many.
Hold
Let
on,
me
let me
start
finish
from.
the question. What is
Okay.
that their interest that have not manifested over the years, and they're giving you, they're donating so much into Africa, and that donation is not transactional. So, what kind of interest is that? Russia came, it is transactional. France came, it is France was kind of colonizing and doing business at their own their own enjoyment, their merry way.
May I answer?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So one thing that is fundamentally different with the United States and Africa is the fact that unlike Russia and the Europeans and the Chinese, America has the exclusivity of the dollar, such that our economies are so tied up in our reserves and our investment in their bonds market and all that, and the debts, American debts that we buy, and so on and so forth, and the conditions in which they put on IMF and World Bank loans, to such a state where essentially we do not have value, and that keeps us exposed to such a way that we America actually, as they print money, they just give us inflation. America, the government of America will print money, and then your own money that is, uh your central bank actually keeps as foreign reserves, depreciates. And when that depreciates, it affects you, it affects your own naira. And coupled with the fact that most of IMF loans are tied in such a way that it typically benefits the Americans. So America takes out so much, and it opens up the African continent for cheap, such that if it's not because Nigeria was in the OPEC, I don't think Nigeria would have gotten the value considerably for its oil wealth, because we had that body that actually protected Nigeria, and so the world had to deal with us as a bloc. If not, other African countries with their own raw materials are actually bullied in the market by the West to such a point that they actually give up their. Look at what Ghana with their cocoa and all that cocoa belt. So Africa is essentially, being. So America hardly gives back 10 to 15% of what they extract out of Africa. So if you look at it that way from an economic
What did they
point of
extract
view,
from Africa, if I
makes
may
sense.
ask?
Hmm?
What did America extract from Africa, if I may ask?
They no be ExxonMobil, they extract crude for Nigeria.
That's
No be
their
them they do for
company
Uganda.
now. That's their company. You are mixing the two up. Hold
America
on.
is just like a
No,
corporation now. It's just an interest
no.
group.
You are mixing the two up. You are
The two
mixing the
are
two
mixed up.
up.
America are
America
always
as a
business.
government, wait, there is difference between that is why I actually do have issues with China and Russia coming into Africa, because it is better than a country gives me money and he's a company that is owned by a citizen or a group of people in their country can come into my country and do business. That's a total different thing. But a country creating a company to move to my country to do business, that is actually where I have issues with China. The companies that are moving into Africa is not an individual in their country that have a business, that have interest in Africa and decide to come in. It's actually Chinese government. That is where I have issues. But then, that being said, what the excuse you gave about dollar and everything is all over the world. It's not only in Africa. Their currency is the business currency of the world, and their language is the business language of the world. It's not only Africa is affected. So why are they showing so much interest in other places except in Africa? That's the question I am asking.
Well, you have to understand that what the Americans actually want is a ripe market. If your market is not ripe for a healthy middle class that can buy most of the products that America is selling, naturally they would rather that economy become extractive completely, and the institutions in that country are rendered, moribund or whatever, such that they'll just take the raw materials, go and do what they want to do with it, and then if they dump their old cars, if they like, they can bring it to you, and their old electronics, you can go and buy it in what they call that market in Lagos. So what you have to understand is that if you look at Asia, countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, places like that, well, they have a healthy middle class population. They are young. They are they are getting enough money saved after payment to be able to afford the lifestyle of the 21st century. Meanwhile, if you look at Nigeria and the kind of wealth gap
Do you know
there
what
is,
is
there is
making
no
me
middle
laugh?
class. So
Do you know what is
America,
making me laugh?
no,
In all
no,
you're saying, you are not still
yeah.
taking the blame. That is the
Oh,
problem Africa
we
have.
have already gone past
Hold
that now,
on,
Madam
hold on.
Zita.
Do you
I already
remember
said
China?
we have the blame,
No, hold on.
and for
Do you remember China before America revived China?
yes,
Okay.
that's true.
Did they have middle class then?
No, they
Do
didn't. They
they
didn't.
have a group of people that can, this thing they did in China, they can actually do it in Nigeria. Bring in their companies. This thing they're doing in Bangladesh and in Sri Lanka, they can actually do it in Nigeria. All those Gucci, Louis Vuitton, what's it? Tommy Hilfiger, Levi Strauss, Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, Columbia, Boboe. They can actually come to Nigeria and establish those companies. Nigerians will work there, even if it means working an hour, $1 an hour. They work there and make their money. And before you know it, that middle class we are looking for will just, in a blink, spring up. So the question I keep asking is, and I will ask you again, as much as you try to run around it, why are they not doing that? Because when they went to China, China did not have that consumption, that consumer index. They didn't have it. That made them to have consumer index. They never had it. China came and made a deal with them. They have that consumer index. They didn't have it. They brought those companies into China. They started producing. They were paying them little money. But before you say jack, they had that middle class. So why are they not doing it in Africa? That's the question I'm asking. In as much as you try to run around it and
No,
paint
I'm
it,
not running
that
away.
still,
It's just that we can't
still
compare
remains my
apples and
question. Because there
oranges
is
now, Madam
several
Zita.
ways they can come in Africa and do business in Africa. And then we The only business, and it's only mobile, the only business they came to do is oil company actually forced them to. Just like that, forcing Donald Trump now to look at Nigeria. People think it's all about him. It's
No,
not all
no.
about him.
I will tell you why they are not coming to Nigeria. See, in any partnership, it's not only one-sided. So then, because one side, you have to make yourself available for the capacity you want to bring in. Okay, let me give. Okay, look at what is happening today. Suddenly, Nigeria we went to China. You understand? Because we were aware of the sovereign ways that China was creating, and we know how they were desperate to even leave the shore to come and invest in the foreign. So they have a model that favor us. You understand? We went to them, you know. I think Lagos started dealing with them in form of PPP. We have some kind of infrastructure. We do PPP. So the PPP is a vehicle that forced the government to have some kind of commitment. You understand? Based on that commitment, the Chinese were able to come in and do something here. You understand? So since we've been dealing with America, we've not been doing that. So that's one of the basic issue we have. So if we want America to come, America will not just come to us. We have to make ourselves available. For example, we don't want them to go to, let's assume, Bangladesh to go and be producing fabric. What infrastructure are we putting in place in Nigeria? So if we want them to come, probably we look at industrial estate. We put power there, electricity and power.
In China, they did it for China.
Well, because I've not researched how they did it for China, because I won't pretend to know. But all I know is this: America went with technology, and it was not a one-way thing. I think it was both. It was strategic planning between the two. I think both sides contributed. I think they both contributed. It's not as if they just went to China, because up to the early 80s. The Chinese people, they closed their border. They started opening their border in the early 80s for Americans to come. So for them to open their border, it means America did not just go there. They, Yoruba would say, that is for a mother to carry the child. The mother,
they did not. China did not contribute anything. What they contributed was the idea of securing their businesses for them. In the sense that, hold on, let me finish. In the sense of no ridiculous legal actions, because that's actually what sets American companies away. Ridiculous, a boy will come to the store to do one or work for you. One machine don't hit him for head. He go court. The court go tell and say, tell you, say, before, because you did not keep the machine well, one reason or the other, it don't hit in head. That awarding the idiot $1 million. Before they do it 3, 4, 5, the company will collapse. So those are the things they promised American companies. And they promised them cheap labor without stress. And that is the irony. They do all those things for American companies to grow and come back to America and sell in dollar. Are you getting the point?
Okay. Did they build electricity? Did they build electricity plant for China? Did they build electricity plant for India? They didn't, because you must have. Okay, now when the World Bank and IMF pushed IMF to us, you understand, where their expectation was that Nigeria will use that opportunity to build the infrastructure. But what did we do with the money? We embezzled. So the thing is this: if you are calling America to come and invest in your country, how? Because number one, before they can come, they have to justify it economically. The infrastructure must be there for them to even go to that place. So are we even preparing the ground? So both China and India, they made infrastructure available, then coupled with government policy for them to thrive. So that is exactly what I'm saying. Okay, without government policy, for example, even Dangote, our local industry, will not even thrive. You understand? Whether you want to talk of the cement, whether you want to talk of the refinery. So we have to do our own part. If we do not do our own part, You understand? They won't come.
By the way, let me ask a question. How is Dangote running that refinery with that? What kind of electricity is he using? Is he generating his own electricity?
Yes. He has his own electricity, yeah. And we expect him to sell the excess to send the excess to the national grid. Yeah. It's generating, yeah.
Okay.
I
And
heard
you know
that his excess can take Lagos and
and
Ibadan.
you know it's water the water that man his bowl can supply the
Yes.
entire southwest.
Yes.
If you see his entire bowl, Nigeria, we don't have that capacity. This guy sunk a bowl that will serve the entire United Kingdom in that Lekki there. That water from that bowl, may you not release that water to street of Lagos. So now go and get me that too. If you see
Maybe small water refinery they use, sir.
I
that's what I'm
know
saying.
that's why I'm asking that question, because sometimes I pity him.
The man was talking recently about people with private jet and what is it, Rolls Royce, that when he sees it, that the thing is annoying him.
Of course, now
Too much
these
sometimes.
boys, these
Dangote should have
musicians, they will go
mentioned
and buy Bethany, buy the look
no.
at Okoye brothers.
They should
What?
have even mentioned Dino Melaye.
No,
Because
forget
those are
about
the kind of people
politicians.
that
We
is
know those ones are idiots and they steal our money. That's not the people we are discussing. Let me give an example. The Okoye brothers, P Square, the money those boys made in their music, I'm still asking now, what is their business? What kind of business do they have?
entertainment now.
No,
Entertainment,
no.
celebrity.
No. Apart from the music, the song that we are singing, what kind of businesses did they open? Because those boys made a lot of money.
I think they have a
Is it
fashion
not real estate? They are doing real
apparel.
estate now and transportation. I've been waiting till it.
You see, that's the problem Africans have. Every African tell you what to do. That's how, okay. Let me not use the word problem. Let me use the word selfish. The moment an African man make money, the next thing he'll be buying is houses. He buy land, he buy houses, he buy land, he buy houses. Yeah, that's a good thing. But remember, you're not employing anybody doing that. You're not employing anybody. You don't grow by doing that. You can never grow. So Dangote knows what he's saying. He did something. Can you imagine? Let's assume somebody like E-Money has something like will I say pepper pepper produce like toma pepper, like pepper. You know this our habano peppers. It sells outside of Nigeria like crazy. That's very harsh pepper. That's our fresh stew pepper. Let's assume that the problem, the work E-Money is doing is to can those peppers and be sending it. That is, it has a factory that can can those peppers in different spicy. Do you know how many people
Tomato
will be
paste.
employed?
You know, we
Do you know how
lose
many
we
people will be?
lose
Let's assume that there is
thousands,
somebody
hundreds
again.
of thousands of tons of tomatoes every season because of lack of refrigeration.
And then somebody else is doing maybe a piso of ogo or something. Somebody else is doing this. Somebody else is doing it. Do you know how many people we employ? This, sometimes when they say insecurities about joblessness, I seem to agree with them.
A hotel they just they build for here. Hotel.
Yes.
Go Abuja,
Insecurity
go
is
Lagos.
about joblessness. I think I seem to agree with that. Because if you give a youth a sense of responsibility, I don't think he'll be running around. Because every morning he wakes up, he's having his bath, he's thinking of going to work. Because you have conditioned his mind that he makes a living from there. Even if somebody is stopping him on the road to talk to him, he'll be telling the person, I'm running late for work. You are giving him a sense of responsibility. So when they say insecurity is out of joblessness, those people are not doing anything. Not 100%, I don't agree. Nobody has any reason why to buy anybody. But somehow, yes, maybe 50%, I quite agree with them. You can imagine how many types of companies that will be opened in Nigeria based on the raw material. Do you know that Ola, do you know Pando Yam called Olola?
Yes, now. It's in the US now.
Okay. You know it's a Yoruba boy that owns it.
Well, the guy stole my name. He stole my name, yeah.
No, it's a Yoruba man that owns it.
I know, that's why I say he stole my name. I know.
You see, he cannot manufacture it in Nigeria.
He doesn't have to.
That yam is from Nigeria to Ghana to US. I know why I'm saying that. You can imagine what that kind of company should be doing to use in Nigeria.
No, see, no, it's not even that. You know, that's still like a small scale to medium. So I think Dangote is even talking bigger than that, because those kind of company, they cannot afford the type of electricity, the type of scale for bigger company. Because if you have to generate your electricity, right?
Yeah.
You have to generate your electricity. You need that scale. So that's where the problem
That
lies.
electricity is a big problem in Nigeria.
A big problem. It's a big problem, yeah.
It's a very huge problem in Nigeria. I used to tell somebody in those days, jokingly, I said, if there is constant electricity insecurity, we go. The person used to laugh at it. But
yes,
now I think I'm believing it.
It's not even yes, it's true, because the kind of opportunities that will just open.
I used to tell people, there is a story I told here in this platform in Port Harcourt. There is one boy. He lives in Shell Port Harcourt, inside not the residential area. The residential area, they have 24 hours of power supply. I'm talking about the office area. They have what they call Share RA. It's Share Residential Area. Then they have Share IA. Share IA is industrial area. That's where they have the way two part apart, two places apart. They're not close anyway. The one is in another town, the other one is in another town in River State. So when you close but that kind of close, when you close from work, the bus will take you to the residential area. In that industrial area, they have what they call Shell Dog Session. That dog session is the police, their dog session, Shell Police, their dog session. They have what do they call police, where police people live again? Police barrack. Inside the industrial area. So they have 24 hours of power supply. Do you know what this boy did? He was living with his brother. He started with me and my colleague, me and my friend. That auntie, he's a bit iron clothes too. We thought he was joking. A graduate. Say he's a bit iron clothes. That he will iron our clothes for us. Our suits, anything that he knows how to iron it. I said, we are going to pay. Say, auntie, now you are going to pay small money. Don't they iron your clothes by yourself? I go the iron for you. This boy disturbed me and Cynthia disturbed us. We carry our clothes to give this boy. By the time the clothes came back, Ola, you know, go believe him. Better than the dry cleaner that we used to go and pay. That was how before you know it, this boy say, give me your clothes. Before we know it, this boy has bought washing machine. In that place, he's living with his brother. He washes the clothes, he irons it for us, he brings it into the office. Before you know it, everybody, you know what they call cheap service. And again, it's pick up. It's either he calls you, you come downstairs from the building and pack your clothes and put in your boot, or he calls you, you tell him to go and meet you at the car park. He will come there with your clothes, you dump it. So it wasn't that kind of closing from work to walk, drive through the traffic to go to your dry cleaner to pick your clothes and then start driving through the traffic again to your home. Do you know that this boy opened a dry cleaning shop with our money?
Smart guy.
With his money, oh.
No, with
No
our
be na
money.
money again, oh.
With our money. Oh. This guy started with 100 naira per suit, 50 naira casual, 20 naira. Before you know it, he
But
started dry
this
cleaning
story
for.
don't tell about Madam Zita. This Gen Z, they no be like this.
No, like what Madam
But,
Zita
but
was saying.
that guy is a Gen Z now.
Really?
Yeah, he
Oh,
was a Gen Z.
good for him now.
He was born
No,
in 1992, I think so. He
You think na
was he
millennial?
was he was 21 when he was doing that thing. He was
Millennial.
21. Hmm?
Yeah.
Honestly, creativity has nothing to do
It
with
has nothing to do with
generation.
age. Oh. It has
Has nothing
nothing
to
to
do
do.
with generation.
He just felt he needed money.
Saw the opportunity and took it.
Yeah, he's just saw because
And as a matter of fact, they have every tools for them to even be successful.
he noticed that he got the right target. Because I am somebody who is actually very careful with my dressing. I'm very proud of that. I am extremely careful with my dressing. Before I leave the house, I am very careful. That's one thing my father taught me. My parents taught me, don't ever get out of that house looking like a clown. So he targeted the right people. The moment he caught us, Jehovah, before we know it, we are even only me. He will say, until you know, say, now you start this business for me. I can never stop picking your clothes. Because at a point, he was dry cleaning for managers. He started even doing alterations. You go to your office, this boy go come measure you. Go alter your clothes to bring them back. Inside his dry cleaning shop, he has alteration with our money. And he's still there up to today. Even as I speak to you, I still communicate with him on the phone. Not to talk of those who were selling ice block from that area. They buy all manner of deep freezers, turn fresh water, turn it, and move out of the road to guys. Every morning, people will come to carry ice block. If there is electricity in Nigeria, I think our youth will find something to do.
Exactly. See, I was talking to a brother today. He studied computer science, and I just find out that he veered into real estate. I just discussed mentality of our people. You understand?
How can computer science go to real estate?
Oh, political science.
Oh, political science.
So now, because I was even going to ask him that you did political science, you should be a good narrator now. Go and learn how to be a good narrator and start creating content. That was even my intention. Even the real estate, it's even doing before I even talk. He started telling me now people in Ibadan are local, as they are not smart, all those stuff. I was like within myself, oh boy, you are the one that is not smart, not Ibadan people. I was like, okay, you are going to learn what they call marketing. The marketing start from your soft skills. Now, when you talk of soft skills, you don't see people around you as not smart. You instead of saying they are not smart, you should be looking at what's the gap you are going to cover. What product can you give them? For example, when you told me that okay, the biggest estate you need millions, you have to. I say it's a lie. You have to pick one aspect of that local estate you are doing, not for renter. Maybe you start with supplying. Okay, you say you want to be supplying them sand, you want to be supplying them gravel. All you just need to do is to use that advantage and start talking to people that are steeper, people that are already. So you start speaking to them. Anybody that want to get sand, you use because you're already in that market. Don't form a big man for zero pocket. No, they do big man for zero pocket. You are still young. You take the money from those people that want to buy and give to the cheaper people you supply. All you need to do is get the market, get the supplier. You don't need millions to do that. All you need to do is build relationship. When you build relationship and you start making money, then you can start talking of, okay, can I go further? Can I talk to a company like a Hydraphone in South Africa, buy all those mobile concrete block maker, or maybe you want to go to the one that you'll be doing like a brick, you will use laterite and cement to build. Then you find a way to make them mobile, and you go to site and you produce quality block for people. So when you sit down and you keep looking at you are forming big, you say you don't know people, people around you, they are not smart. I say, oh boy, you are the one that is not smart too, not them. Even from where you are speaking, you are not smart. Everybody around you should be.
Nigeria has a lot of things, so they should give us electricity now. Come on. Is it the palm oil? Is it the palm kernel?
Imagine if every state has its citizens that are, flaunting private jets up and down, sell those private jets and build, electricity generation, plants to supply their states, and just give it, say, a PPP of maybe, say, a 10-month period for it to, for them to recoup. It's serious business. So I don't know why Nigerians, they know they see
there are some emergency billionaires. How they made their money? They didn't make their money through pure creativity. Okay, I give you an example. During Buhari's period, those people that know Emefiele, you have no shishi, like we call it sisi. I don't know. It's Igbo people that call it shishi. We call it sisi in Yoruba. Now, you know Emefiele. Oga, I beg, I need $1,000 so, or $1 million. And Emefiele just give at the rate of maybe 420, 450. And you went to the market, you sold for 750. That's how some people made their money. So people that made money that way, what do you think they would do? They will go the line of Dangote. No, they won't, because the way they made their money they were not really doing business. They were just emergency billionaire. So for them to
saying they didn't have the business acumen. They didn't start to struggle to think of how to make the gain.
Yeah, because they just cut corner. But okay,
there's somebody who wants to speak, or who is there in the platform. The person can speak.
It's Laja Babati.
Okay.
So the point is because ask the like of Jimo Ibrahim today, you understand? It's a well-known person that any asset is buying from the government is going to strip it. Asset stripper, not a builder. So we don't have. I think the last person apart from this generation we are like Dangote was Abiola. Because if Abiola is alive today, probably
Abiola is a thief. No dimension for here. Abiola
all of them they don't get their largest from government in one way or the other.
All I know is there's no
Abiola own is not like that.
All I know is that there's no billionaire that is clean. But at least we add physical.
You can say that again.
That Abiola add in Nigeria.
No, you don't say billionaire again in Nigeria. It's trillionaire. Billionaire na poor man now.
Exactly. So when you say trillionaire in Nigeria, they are not clean. When you say billionaire in America, they are not clean.
Yes.
No. See, so any rich person that you think is clean, then you are endangering your life around them. Just play by their rule. They are not clean. So no nice billionaire. They can only be nice in dealing with you. Good morning, good afternoon. But when it comes to business, they are not nice. They are not nice. They are not nice at all. So Abiola had a physical investment we could trace in Nigeria. Was it Abiola Farm, his press, and so many industries that he had in Nigeria? Yes, Did he do something wrong? Of course, yes. I cannot vouch.
ITT. No, I know why I'm calling him a thief. I always tell you people that business people are shrewd. There is difference between being a thief and being shrewd. He's shrewd and he's a thief.
Now let's
He's a thief.
compare Abiola as a thief to Emefiele as a thief.
Emefiele is not a businessman. He's
Okay.
just a thief.
But Abiola was a thief.
He was a businessman and he was a thief.
It's a legend.
Yeah, okay.
It's a legend of that.
I think this calling people thief. Do you have a verifiable fact to show that this is the money?
Remi leave jokey.
No. I'm just.
Ola,
what I want to say.
For full disclosure, Remi used to work for these guys back in the 90s. That's why. So
I understand. He was working for Abiola Babes.
Yeah, it needs to be defended.
Actually, when you guys started talking about Nigerians and every available billionaire or millionaire, past or present, and you just label them that they are all thieves. And what about their counterpart from other countries? They are not thieves, right? They are only.
Remi.
We actually. There's a saying in Yoruba land. Let me finish this. There's a saying in Yoruba land.
Ola generalized though. He generalized though.
Remi Babati was said before you now. I am Buni Babati.
Ola Olibami one is a leoro. Olegbi. Nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Maybe you can help me interpret later.
No, you understand English more than me now. Let me tell you one thing. When there's always a dirty side to your richness. You understand? There is always a dirty side to your richness. We are not talking of millionaire. We are not talking of billionaire in terms of Naira in Nigeria. We are talking of trillionaire. Yeah. See, some of us had advantage to see how money was flying within the financial system. And we knew how even they manipulate. So even if you are manipulating your financial statement as a company, it's telling you that the owner of that company is not clean. That's what I'm telling you. Why?
Allow, Mabinu.
Yes, sir.
Look at the average Congress man or woman. If you go to Congress, look at the one from that young lady from Congress that resigned. You came to Congress with 2 million. You are going home with almost 40. Do you know why she made that? How she made that money? Inside trading, because they get
inside trading now.
They all get rich because they get all this information. Nobody's saying we don't want a sin. There's no saint. All I'm saying
all the same.
As long as the money stays in your country and you put it in something, nobody will complain even if you are stealing it. At least you are building something. You are investing it in something. That's the issue. I don't care about you being. We don't want you to be a saint. We don't want to be Jesus or Muhammad. Don't be that. That money that you are stealing, don't put it in Sweet Bank. Come and put it in one company, and people will have nobody. We will not care about what you are stealing.
You know what you just said now, Babati. What you just said now. This is exactly what the Chinese did. They knew them that they were stealing money from their till very well, and they block to the extent of your last family member, child unborn. They monitor their family. You cannot travel outside. You must use the money, invest it in that country. That is what Nigerian government should do. But unfortunately, because of tribalism and
let me add to that. During George Bush era, do you know what George Bush did when people were taking them because they didn't want to pay taxes? They were keeping their money in the Caribbean banks. He gave them tax holiday. If you bring the money back, we will look away. A whole year. If you bring the money back from all these tax in all those Caribbean countries, I forgot the name they used to call it back then. Yeah. Government will look away from you. They will not even look at the money. Do the same thing. We know you stole the money, but if you bring the money back to Nigeria, we will look away for a year.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can do that now.
Luckily for that country, there are trillionaires in each region. Many. We can talk about, at least if we don't have, we can have up to 3 or 4 or 5 that are trillionaires in each region. Why are they putting the money? They are saying sometimes go and buy property in America and the rest. You are not living there. You are just paying, giving them free money.
use the money to establish industries at home, force people to go to vocational and technical college if that's what we want. Okay, you cannot go to university, you cannot go to poly. From junior secondary school, force them. That's what they did over there. They forced majority into vocational college. And then by the turn of the century, all those people have acquired the technical skill needed. They are now the one working in their major factories all over the country.
But Remy, don't you think, Babati, and this question is to you too, don't you guys think we are kind of comparing apples to oranges when we compare Nigeria to, for
This
instance,
is not
China?
about comparing. This is about looking at the system that works. If you have to follow a system, you
Yes,
have
I
to
do
follow
understand.
it.
I do understand, though. I just want to make a point. Like, okay, China actually started with a comparative advantage in the sense that the population was still huge, and they got a permanent member status in the United Nations. Literally, acquired, built a nuclear weapon in time. I mean, when it was still poor, because that is the bargaining power. And let's not forget, China is almost 5,000-year civilization. Like, these people are not like the miracle of the last 30 years did not just happen out of a vacuum. There was a collective history and a culture going back generations. So if you compare to Nigeria to that, kind of not exactly the same, isn't it?
My friend, my very good friend, in today's world, you don't need 5,000 years. The whole thing of life being wise is to learn from other people's mistakes. So if you took them 5 years to learn all these things, we can learn from their mistakes and do it in 50 years. It is possible. So because to your point, that means we need to wait for almost 10,000 years then for us to achieve what they've achieved, which is not true.
No, don't be waiting. I mean,
I know, but I'm referring that my point is to my earlier point is I was even speaking to some friends of mine earlier today. They need to expand the NYSC program. There should be more done in terms of even like having military reserves. It can be part of a recruitment process. If you're going to go into NYSC, you get some military training. You should be forced to join the army. To
I
serve,
think the IGP said something around that,
to
around
serve,
the
yeah,
NYSC.
to serve it.
But is the IGP
Yeah, to serve in
police?
different capacity doesn't mean you must be at the war front. The military has, the defense has is a multi-layered operation, right? So, so maybe 2 or 3 years involved also the Nigerian diaspora too. Move that age from 30 to 35. You can't serve in NYC once you're past 30. Move it up to 35 years old for people that went to medical school or they have all these professional degrees that they want to join the Nigerian army. So make it welcome your diaspora into your military or into your army corps. Expand it for training. So people have to have a sense of love for their country, which
Do you know what they did? They have phrased retirement. It seems that they are going to call back a lot of
no,
people.
we don't need those ones. Get fresh young ones in. Let's
Yeah,
we want experience. I get that. We want that,
I
but
beg,
we need
there is
fresh
a
blood.
question I want to ask.
Yes.
Do you people know somebody called what's his name again? His name is Nwadike and Aninayo and Andy, aka Ikonso. Do you know him?
No.
I'm sure you people have not discussed him in this platform. Because I was looking at the charges against Nnamdi Kanu and the testimony somebody gave. I couldn't believe that such a thing happened in my country. I couldn't believe, because I've been trying to lay my hands why all of a sudden Imo State became the epic center for iPod. Because Nnamdi Kanu is not from Imo State. Njoko It's not from Imo State.
It's from Anambra, right?
Who?
Nnamdi Kanu is
Nnamdi Kanu is from Abia State.
Oh, from Abia. Oh, okay.
And then Njoki is from Ebonyi State. So how come Imo State is because of this guy I called. They say he was the right-hand man of Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, he was the second in command. And during
Where is
that,
he?
they killed him, I think, in 20, they pied him in 20, either 2021 or 2022.
Was he doing the Python dance thing?
No, not during the Python dance. They said he's from, the thing is so funny. For me to understand this thing last week, he's from my senatorial zone. My senatorial zone was the epic center of that crisis, and that's where Hope Uzodimma came from. They said they had a confrontation with all their shams. They had a confrontation. Most times those their shams do fail. Maybe they must have done something that the sham doesn't allow. So the bullet will not penetrate them. They said they had a confrontation with the military, the police, and they fired the guy. In that testimony, I've forgotten the other guy's name, testified. Nnamdi Kanu made a broadcast. He was so angry, said that guy will be buried with 2,000 heads. And as at the time of that testimony, they already have over 100. In my own state.
Of regular citizens or security forces?
Huh?
You said regular.
Are you talking the 100 heads?
Yes.
There are already 500 people.
No. I'm asking that those 100 people that were killed, were they military, were they security?
Anybody. Nnamdi Kanu commanded that they should bury the boy.
Okay, is that the console guy, ba? The console?
Yes.
I've heard him, shouting in the radio that time, talking about the guy.
This is where I fought the government. What you're saying right now, why didn't they make this public? Why didn't they
it's public?
This? No,
public.
But it's not widely known.
No. You see, to Niger. Let me say this. I will keep saying it. There is something Hillary Clinton said 3 days ago. I don't quite agree with her. But in that situation, I was shocked that she was able to boldly say it on camera in an interview that was aired to the whole world who listens. She said that TikTok and YouTube are the thing that they use to change people's view about Israel, which was a lie. Now, let me go back to my question. They use lies and propaganda, creating contents in TikTok and YouTube. People watch it, they believe it's real, and they believe them. Let me go back to what I'm saying. It was widely. Because when I got that information, do you know, I went to my favorite, I call him Body, Julius AI. I asked Julius, he ran down the term for me. I went to ChatGPT, ran down the thing, quoted newspapers, everything in the whole world, in Nigeria, BBC, every newspaper that put it out there. I went to Copilot, the thing, run the thing, I said, what? So this kind of a thing was in the news. And I called one man's attention. I said, have you ever discussed this kind of a thing in your platform? He said he doesn't even know who that guy is. I said, wow. A man that because of him, the federal government of Nigeria asked for death penalty on Nnamdi Kanu's head. Nigerians said they don't even know the man. And they don't know the history behind the man. That's okay. My brother, we want to hear what we want to hear.
So, Madam Zita, so you shouldn't be surprised. That is human being, especially Nigerians for you. They live by the moment. And when they see any negative news that suit their narration, they're extremely happy. And when they support somebody doing good or bad things, and when his moment is over, that is the end. Everybody move on.
Remy, do you know that that information gave me a kind of peace? Because I've been saying this in this platform. I always say, why is Imo State the epic center?
Actually, the whole scenario is just about the victim in Southeast. That is the people I pity more, their family member. Because these are innocent people.
It was worst in Imo. They fight almost 300,000 youths in Imo State. I'm not exaggerating.
That's a lot of numbers.
These people were buying people recklessly. Oh, I told you people about my niece now. They were buying people recklessly. I didn't know that if you don't come for your person's cough,
Sorry, AI. Kalu said about 30 kids were killed, and IPOP said it should prove that they killed that much. So you are saying that times 10 of that were killed.
No, I didn't get what you are asking. What did you say?
No, Senator Oji Uzokalu came out and said IPOP killed about 30,000 people.
You said 10,000?
No, 30,000.
Where?
The
In
whole
his mother's kitchen or the
in
whole of Igbo land?
no, because you said 300,000 now. So I'm just trying to figure out maybe.
Okay, 30,000. He said they killed how many?
That is his own estimate. That according to security reports.
Do you think you can ever know the total estimate?
That is what he said. I'm just trying to.
On one occasion, somebody said, Nnamdi Kalu said, one head of his second in command should be buried with 2,000 heads. And then in that testimony, somebody said, as at that time, they already have over 100.
Oh my God. Do you know what really shocked me one day is that a video one man show here where they were flogging small children and teachers because they disobeyed their order of sit at home on Monday.
They were lucky now. My relations were not that lucky.
Oh God. I know that some of you guys come to this platform, some of you guys will have been, your family member will have been a victim one way or the other. Some people lost a lot of money, businesses.
So AI, how do you then feel about people from that part of the country that know what you know and yet still defend that IPOB movement?
Actually, if I say this, people will say, this girl doesn't like the Igbos. It's unfortunate none of you is Igbo here. I would have said it in Igbo. Igbo na azanya. They're just doing Igbo. That's what they're doing. Not that they don't know the truth. They're doing Igbo. But I tell you something, all those people that came to ask for Nnamdi Kalu's release and go to visit him in the prison, them and their children will pay dearly. Either one way or the other. Because the guy's release has nothing to bring peace in Igbo land. It has nothing to stop iPod. Because he laid a very ridiculous foundation. iPod, this clownish secession has been going on. The war has been fought about it. Owazirike has done his own. But one thing he did the same thing Ojukwu did. But the difference between him and Ojukwu is that Ojukwu did his own in the name of war. Ojukwu did what I call Ojukwu war. That took the life of uncountable Igbos. And it took the life of their productive age. Nnamdi Kanu came and did that same thing. But the difference is that he did not do it with war. He warred on his people by giving commands that they should be pied. And if you notice that madness, it wasn't on, apart from the kings and the palaces and the politicians that he burned their house, they burned their houses, they burned down their houses. That his madness was actually on the productive age in Igbo land. The people on Nnamdi Kanu wasted were actually the productive age because no elderly man or woman was part of that madness. It's the young people that took that arm, just like the same thing Ojukwu did. After building that group, after decades, after the war, it took Igbos decades for them to breed up that group again, according to the idiot that came to the platform and said, we breed humans. It took them to have that kind of set of humans again, that productive age. And Nnamdi Kanu came and wapapa them again. I didn't know that thing happened though, because I've been wondering why are they concentrating on Olu Senatorial District? Why are they doing this madness in Olu Senatorial? I've been asking this question for a long time. I just had peace because of that boy. They went on rampage.
You know, Madam Zeta, they arrested another one called Gentle something. That one also operates around in that Imo area also.
They said they arrested which one?
I don't know whether you know this one. This one his name is Gentry Yahoo. They just arrested him some few months ago. He has been terrorizing that Imo, especially Imo State. That is his own base of operation. I don't know why they fixed it.
Is it iPod or a common criminal? They are two different things.
I think it's iPod. It's iPod. He's the one that continue to also make people make sure that Monday sit-up don't continue.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Right.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
My brother, that guy is not hyper people. That guy is the former military, Nigerian military guy. He's not hyper. That guy is a criminal. You know, stop calling that guy hyper. He's not hyper. Are you understand now?
Are you an
understand?
member? Are you an Apple member? How do you know? Are you an Apple member?
I know the guy as a military before. That guy is not hyper. After the catching down the Kanu, the Simon Ekpa using that guy, they cause problem in the southeast from Olu to Iloilo, Iseke, Mbosi, you know, all those areas. That guy they oppress that area. That guy is not hyper. That's Simon. They use that guy. They do one of things in that area. Stop calling that guy. I'm not hyper. Court of correction. I'm not hyper. So let me tell you guys, I hear you, Madam Zita. You see, before I know Nigerian law, when I was small, Nigerian law cannot hold you responsible when you say, go and buy this guy, buy this boy, kill this guy. When you actually go and kill that person, law will hold you responsible, not that person will tell you, go and kill, go and kill. You know, but that now I don't know the law Nigeria is practicing. The guy is just radio, just the broadcasting radio guy. They change the man life imprisonment. It never happened anywhere. It never happened. The guy never buy anybody. The guy never shoot gun before, never touch gun before, never kill anybody. I don't know why Nigeria government decided to jail that guy. I'm not a follower on Nnamdi Kanu, but I will say the truth. In my area,
Do you read Nigerian constitution about inciting about terrorism?
That's a
My
fact.
my brother, my brother, I noticed love while I was small in Nigeria.
I
You
know.
get
I
one of
mean,
my friends.
currently,
Wait,
no.
let us start ourselves truth. When you
Let's
say
calm down.
somebody, go and kill somebody, go and kill somebody. When you
Let
that
us
person,
calm
go and
down.
actually, law cannot hold you responsible because only talk, you talk. You didn't do practice
Yeah,
that thing.
but Patrick,
Let's calm
Patrick,
down.
hold
Let's
on.
calm down.
Let's engage you now. You said there's nowhere no God. That is inaccurate. When you incite,
Go ahead,
carries
Babati.
it carries years, decades of imprisonment. When you incite violence, if that person should carry it out based on what you said, you'll be in trouble. So that
Okay, let me tell you, I'm already went to court in Nigeria before. After one of my friend,
you
he
said
told that person,
Patrick, hold
where
on.
is he?
You said
Where is
there's
he?
nowhere
I
no
went, I went to court before. One of my friends, the
now.
same thing now the guy is doing. The guy is
You
doing
said
that
there
thing.
was
After,
nowhere. Hold on. Let's clarify here. It was broadcasting and also funding. You are missing that part. So I'm inciting, but I'm also organizing groups within a space that I'm not supposed to be in.
no,
So
no, he said, no. That guy didn't force anybody. Don't gonna kill somebody. You know, now the guy never force you, never force anybody. That's it.
organize. Did they
No, not be say organized. Never force
did they
anyone.
organize ESN? Yes or no?
Organized for yourself from London. That you see, all those things you guys you can talk. If this Nigeria doesn't have any law. If Nigeria has law, it cannot change man cannot. Because no, it cannot tell me somebody in
No, they
abroad organizing
guess
security.
what? Guess what they just did? So yeah, so they did. So what? You see, they cannot jail him. Well, they did. He's in prison now.
Yeah, it will come out very soon now. It will come out very soon because
Why are you? You see, why
Allah,
it's
that will
it's
enter.
out soon? Like come
where
out
see
soon.
it's Nnamdi Kanu is in London. He
Patrick,
is
Me,
in London
I
very
am
long
enjoying the
time
talking
Patrick,
right
hold
doing
on.
that broke.
Why do you guys always put yourself like a failure?
What, okay, if he that thing he's doing is wrong, why London cannot jail him in London? Why London people cannot jail him? Why
Okay,
London
let me
government cannot
respond.
jail him?
Let me
Why
respond.
London people cannot jail him?
Hold on. Let me respond. Do you know why? They why didn't they come and defend their citizens in America when they got in trouble? All right. He has their. Why do you think they didn't come to Nigeria to defend him? Respond now. Why? It's a UK citizen, right? Why didn't they come and defend their citizen in Nigeria?
Because Nigeria government is already told them let them if you see London, UK and Nigeria, have a big relationship.
Babati,
So
Babati.
UK if
Question
UK
to
cannot
ask you.
come because
Sorry,
that relationship, I don't understand. If
sorry.
if
Answer this
man
question.
come is the American citizen, it cannot
Sorry,
jail him.
answer this question. Answer this question. I think you also live in abroad. Do you think if Nnamdi Kanu is inciting in London for people in London to start buying people, what do you think the UK government will do? If he
UK
incites
government cannot UK government cannot jail because
buying
UK have
people,
law. UK have law.
no.
Where you say go and buy somebody, go and buy
Nigeria does
somebody.
not have now.
The person didn't force you go and buy somebody now.
No. You don't
You will
understand.
answer the test by yourself.
You do not answer the question. You are just dancing around it. You know the truth.
Answer your question.
Dance around it. Okay. It's okay. It's pulling
If
his
I
ass off
if
the
I
seat.
if I say in America that they should go and buy a former president and his family, what do you think will happen to me in America?
My brother, when I say go and buy the former president in America,
Uh-huh.
if you are not force anybody, if you are not give anybody gun or weapon and go and buy somebody, you
No,
can no hold me. That's why
for
I just
even
say,
no, for even saying it, go and watch during George Bush era. For even
my
going on
brother,
type it,
here I live now. Here
they
I live now. I can say
set
go.
it up
I'll buy you. I'll buy you. Nobody can hold me because nobody can see me. I do that thing.
No, Patrick, in the West, you cannot say I'm going to kill you. They can lock you up for that. Don't you know that? You can't treat people.
But the injustice in that country is too much. You know.
No, see,
Gumi still patrol himself now,
AI,
walking up.
AI,
Why
you know,
Nigerian government cannot jail Gumi because
Allah,
of
are
his?
you calling me?
Patrick, hold on.
No,
So
Is
I,
it
yeah,
to Niger? Did you call
no,
me?
no, no. I wanted to ask you a question
Go
because
ahead.
sometimes within that space, it's like a hive mind. They have this robotic way of thinking, like they are programmed to reason in a particular way, and they don't respond to logic at all.
The
Even when
only
you
thing,
discuss
Baba,
with them,
you see that thing you are saying,
no, Madam Zita,
You,
just give me a minute. I just want to make a reference. So, for Patrick, if you don't know, let me cite cases, you understand, that happened. Now, a Nigerian guy, you understand, threatening Obama publicly in 2010, you understand, if I remember, he was deported back to Nigeria after serving his jail term. He first of all went to jail, then later was deported. Then there was a British teenager, he was deported after online threat in 2015. You understand? A UK, so he was detained on arrival in the US. He was denied entry and put on plane back home immediately, just for threatening. So no crime was even charged. There was a Jamaican guy too. He threatened Obama in 2010. He was arrested in the US, later removed from the country after completing the legal proceedings. So
no,
sometimes,
Ola,
okay,
you are making a far this thing. The guy that threatened Joe Biden was spied.
okay,
The FBI spied him. You can check it out.
or the one in
okay.
Yemen, I mean,
Huh?
the American in Yemen, I mean, that was.
No, it's not American Nigeria. He's a white guy. He threatened Joe Biden.
Oh, that was when I was doing it from Yemen. They took a bomb and just bombed him over there.
Actually, the thing that is paining me in this whole thing, I wish Nnamdi Kanu can appeal his judgment so that they can hand him over death penalty.
He should not do it though. If he does, they will upgrade that thing to death penalty. He should not do it. Just leave it that way.
No, because that's actually what I want for him. I want death penalty. I don't know why the judge
Waiting
gave
do
him
you?
life imprisonment.
Waiting do you now? You
Nothing him
you
do.
you you
You
they
know
look
how
for
many people he
one
invite
No,
for my
politician
place?
to
no.
come for you.
Ola, listen. Normally, for a judge to downgrade your sentence, you must be remorseful. He was not remorseful. He was still arrogant and disrespectful. Now, so how do you got somebody? I mean, that to me was shocking. To AI's point, it was rude. It was condescending, arrogant in the court, and yet he still got life instead of death. So
I got your
who
point.
warrants that now? He didn't deserve that. Come on, let's be honest. He didn't deserve to be that. Like it should have been by hanging or whatever. Look at the way he was behaving now.
He said he doesn't deserve it.
No, no, no. I'm saying that it deserved the death penalty,
That's what they're
and
supposed to hand over
and
to him.
that life thing, he didn't because he was rude. It was not remorseful in court. Usually, that is reserved for people that is remorseful in court. That okay, I'm
No,
sorry, I did this.
actually,
It was rude now.
to Niger, see, in every ramification in the Nnamdi case, Nigerian government and Nigerian judiciary were actually partial. Because if you look at it, I used to tell you people, I'm for justice. I don't care who is for against. I don't give a hook. The last time I checked, Muhammad was the former and the leader of Boko Haram. He did not have that luxury Nnamdi Kanu has. Luxury of going to, according to you people, kidnap him, put him in cell for so many years, dragging up and down, slapping lawyers, abusing lawyers, calling people all manner of name, shouting in the courtroom. He didn't have that luxury. He was by our side. Shakarawu didn't have that luxury. The kind of judgment they give them in that area is spy at sight. So why is Nnamdi Kalu's own case different? That's my question. Why is he still living? That's the question I'm asking. That's not fair. That's not right. The Mohammed did not buy anybody. As at that time, he only declared that thing. They carry him before people will look back. Pakam, they wasted him. Who was he buying? Then, before the Boko Haram now went, after a year, the Boko Haram now went boom. The person that came to tell you people that Nnamdi Kanu was not buying anybody, the first leader of Boko Haram that declared Boko Haram, who did he buy before they wasted him? It's a very impartial judgment. That's not right.
So
He should be killed,
does he have a plan?
hanging in public
Does he have
place.
plan to? Is he planning to appeal the judgment?
Can't wait for him to appeal that case. So.
Ola, is it not the kind of appealing? There's looking for political solution. Remy.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Ola said he appealed on Monday.
Oh, okay.
I think she not me talk up.
AI. How do you appeal a no case submission ruling? How do you appeal a you did not provide a defense for a case. At the appeal level, you cannot introduce new evidence. So what are you really appealing then?
You appeal a case that was judged without a defense.
Yes. So
no, I'm just asking. I don't know that area. Can you appeal a case?
No, you can, but you cannot introduce a new evidence to your case. You can only go by what you are the lower court judgment. So when it goes to the appeal court now, it cannot introduce new evidence to defend himself at the appeal. He can only go based on what the ruling was at the lower court. And since he chose not to put any defense in, so you still have no case regardless then. So it's a waste of time.
I heard his brother came to court to defend him.
No, when the justice asked him to defend his case, he put up a no defense, right, Ola? There was no defense. So when you now go to the next level, you can't defend yourself anymore. They are going to appeal it based on what you submitted at the lower court. And since you did not put anything in, they're still going to go based on what the prosecutor said, because you had no defense. You can't add more to it. Once you go to appeal and to that Supreme Court, you can't add more to your case. They're pretty much just reviewing the previous judgment. You can't add or remove. And it didn't put, and you had no defense, so you are done. You can't add anything to it. So what difference does it make?
By the way, is it even if they said, they judged that case on Thursday? He said they said they will put up a defense, a appeal on Monday.
But they are lying now. That's my point. You can't defend the case. Abiola, appeal court is to review the case, to review a judgment now.
Whether there was a miscarriage of
that's what it is for now.
Yeah. I even begged them not to take it to the Supreme Court.
You can't add AI. You can't add new defense.
So what you are saying now is that this guy's case will end with the life imprisonment.
That's it.
No.
They can even upgrade itself.
We should just beg them. Let us stop it at appeal. If they take the Supreme Court, we will just give him death. That is fine.
So AI, to your point that they gave him leniency. What appeal and Supreme Court are there for? That was that the ruling even fair per our law? So they can even move that thing not to death. That is not
that's why I want him to appeal now.
So I think his last hope is that let me appeal until maybe I can get some kind of political solution. But you cannot get. How can you get political solution when there's no remorse from your side?
We don't need his remorseful. They shouldn't. They shouldn't reduce his
At
sentencing
least
by because
AI.
he was remorsed.
I'm saying
No.
at least pretend. At least pretend.
Even if he pretends, that shouldn't be the basis of that guy should not.
AI. What's my point? Is making it harder for his supporters that have political power to even help him. It's making it more difficult for them. Because how do you beg for someone that is even rude to the system itself? So how can I beg for you when you say you don't get brain to know what's going on here?
Slapping lawyers.
I'm talking. Stop talking when I'm talking in a courtroom.
Telling a lawyer, hitting a lawyer at the back. The day of his judgment, he hit a lawyer at the back and said, "Shut up. Don't talk when I'm talking."
Yeah, the judge has actually shut up now. At least I can hear him from where he's in Sokoto now.
And when he's saying that, his supporters are happy.
No be supporter, they put person, they go to jail easily.
They even said, Ola, how dare they move into Sokoto? That place is not good for him. He's supposed to be in Abuja. Like, who are you to be telling the court where they should put him?
In Abuja, so that they will come and be running around the
They
place
can put
making
him
noise.
anywhere. They know boy may go do a life for Sokoto.
You should have brought him to their room now.
They fear
live
Sokoto.
beside the house.
They should go to Sokoto and go and run around there and meet him there.
I said we've lost the sense of how the government is run. You understand? Look at Patrick now came here. They proof waiting. They proof like he nailed the law.
There's
you
no
don't
way
know the law yet.
where they do that. I'm like, really?
Is that not what the guy was shouting in the court, that they don't know the law?
Yeah, that's what that's exactly what Patrick is following too now.
Two appearances he made before this judgment. I remember vividly him saying that in the courtroom, kept his shoulder like this. Do they think in Britain will allow them to jail him? Are they kidding? He said it in the courtroom. That do they think Britain will allow
UK,
them?
he never know anything about that of UK or UK that if he after serving his
he's not going back there now. It's life imprisonment. He's not serving, and there is nothing like after serving. You people should stop saying after serving. When you say after serving, the thing turns my stomach.
Even if you think you can lose your citizenship once they say
that's exactly what I was trying to say.
So technically, by UK law in most countries, you have lost that citizenship because you're in a prison system for terrorism acts. And that's
his prison is life imprisonment. So he cannot finish serving.
Yeah, I'm saying that he cannot continue to claim that is a UK citizen anymore. That one is gone. There's no way the UK will give you, we maintain that for you with your wahala in Nigeria. So he's lost that right, that privilege.
No, the thing is, I was even thinking what we ask is for him to go and serve the penalty in UK.
Yeah, before I forget. So what happens to Samuel Lekpa? Does he get deported to Nigeria to come and face us once it's done in Finland?
No, I don't think they will try him twice. There's
possibility that the Finnish government will revoke his citizenship and they will send him to Nigeria. Because the reason why they will send it, I will tell you, because of the anti-money laundering and financing. That means getting some bad money into their own system too. So it's a big crime also here.
So it's coming home to come and face that.
It's possible now because this is a country that they follow the law to the letter. And the crime they committed is not just a burglary or just simple something like that. So he also evaded tax because the money that comes in, there's no record. And how does the money comes in? So many stuff. So I think at the end of the day, they might revoke his citizenship and then go back to Nigeria.
They will bring Njoku to Nigeria. Are you kidding me? Njoku's leg will step in the soil of Nigeria.
No, I mean that EPA. I don't know Njoku.
His name is Njoko now. That's his real. His
I don't
actually.
know what they might do to him, but I don't think they will set him free. That's guaranteed.
He's not coming back to Nigeria. Anywhere he like, let him go, but not Nigeria.
No,
So
why
what are
not?
they going to do? So what are they going to do to him after his life
They
is
can't
set?
They
put
will
him.
throw him out of their country. They don't care where he goes to.
They just how? They will not tell him where to go or just
Why would they tell him where to go?
Oh my God.
When he came to Finland, we are the one that told him to come to Finland.
So that means in all EU country cannot go there again. That's it.
Period. He can hang in the air for all I care.
Remy, that people that according to the UN, so people on Earth are actually stateless. They don't have a country of, they don't claim any country on Earth. So they have a, I've forgotten what they give them in the UN where they can move around. So once they've lost their
They call it
forgot the name.
UN passport, but they won't give this one because it's not an asylum seeker. So they can't give him that kind of passport.
He has to come home now. I want him in Nigeria so bad, so they can that mouth that is running can be dealt with. You can join his uncle in Sokoto prison.
I don't know why you people.
Nigeria are not likely to retry him.
No, what do you mean they are not likely to try him?
I've listened to lawyers now. I also they are not like except you have you can't try him for the same offense that he has been tried for, except you have he committed another offense entirely.
What about those victims that have been tried? Those who cannot take court of law action.
Do you know? But you know the rights you are losing even for anybody that is an inmate already. So anybody that is an inmate, except pardon, the life can never remain the same again.
Even they are not even safe in Nigeria. What about all
mi ò ṣojú àánú èmi kàn sọ nǹkan tí ó yé èmi mọ̀ tí àwọn lọ́ọ̀yà ń sọ ni èmi ò ṣojú àánú bíi báwo.
But Ola, don't you think their cases are even dicey? Even if they release them, what about all those people they have spy or they have? Don't you think those people will also do karma against them now?
Sorry, by the way, why is Alex Oti going to Sokoto to go see him? That I was shocked by that.
That one is playing politics, Gary.
Those are politics now. Politics now. Anybody that want to win, we have to.
Against
Peter Obi. You see, Peter Obi self cannot try to talk against Kanu. You understand? He will lose his popularity immediately. So all of them are paying homage.
Yeah.
It's just like Madam Zita now. If Madam Zita now just try go work out for Southeast, if they mark in her face, hey. Madam Zita, whenever you are going to Nigeria, beg, make sure you are in security. Don't just
Why did you say that?
Yeah. See, all these people, you think they are not looking at you? They are watching you. I beg.
One of them came here one day, was asking my village and my compound. Make I show my face, my real name. That's the world we have found ourselves. The world of brainwashed idiots who see wasting the life of their fellow human being as an honor to them. Is it not the same thing Africa was doing before the claimed civilization came to them? Is it not this barbaric life?
Madam Zita, I've read a lot of books about ideology, about how people, at the end of the day, I totally agree that an average human being IQ is very low. They are very gullible. People just say simple idea to you, you put it on your head, and they just control you like chicken, even including all the religious Bible and the rest.
Yeah, the thing is that it's even worse now, because the interesting thing that I see happening in the world now is that people said the news are bad. The news is a lie. But the important thing is that in the news, most times the video that's showing you is real. It cannot be adulterated, otherwise they'll get sued. What they are saying, you can use your brain to make out exactly what is going on. But people say they don't want that because they don't want to think. They now open YouTube channel. Somebody will open a YouTube channel. All he does is to pick that same news you said you don't want to listen to and sit down in his studio and start analyzing it, bastardizing it, doing his own opinion. And then the news you said you don't want to watch, you will now sit down and start watching it through that person in the name of that person's own idea. The same thing with TikTok. The news you said you will not listen to, somebody will listen it for you, come
AI.
to TikTok
No,
and recreate it.
honestly, that TikTok, one man tried to put me there. I could not last there for a week. That thing needs to be banned. They are crazy on that platform. It's a cesspool of madness.
You know,
I don't even know what carried you to such a platform.
You know, Babati,
One week last
Babati, you know that TikTok, it came
on
all the
TikTok, right?
Yeah, Ola,
Yes,
you know that
yes,
TikTok
1 week
came
already.
all the way
Now, these positive activists, they reign there. All those
No,
that
no,
Fulani
Ola,
there.
listen.
I see
They can abuse. I mean, they are just. I'm telling you, they're just worse. You think they're bad on YouTube?
TikTok no good though. If you don't build your following to like hold on, you continue.
Let me tell you
But you can build. You see, you can build your follower very quick on TikTok. Just
Ola, let me tell you something.
And you can lose those followers quickly too. That's the problem. You can build your follower to 1 million now, and just one person will just accuse you, and TikTok will not even do proper investigation.
Ola, let me tell you what happened. Ola, that TikTok was first in China. They call it Douyin. Initially, people started to do the same thing, abuse or misuse it, showing some of their body. You know what the Chinese government did? Immediately, they said for you to have that account, you must have your ID or your passport. Let Nigeria also do the same thing. You will see those things will die down. Before you can register to use TikTok in Nigeria, use your ID card or use your international passport to register. Immediately they made that kind of law. Everybody fall into places immediately. They control it. You cannot leave it like that in Nigeria. So Nigerian government should do something about it. That if you are in Nigeria, yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you always compare democracy to communists or socialists? Why?
I am not comparing. I am telling you that system. No. You are doing. I think something. You are I'm trying to tell you that Douyin is from China and the same thing as TikTok in Western world. And when they notice that people are abusing or showing their body too much, they introduce something that is very good. Register with your passport, your ID card, so that they can know it is you.
Are you listening? Are you
What is bad? What is bad? What is
yourself?
bad in you showing your body? What is bad in you showing your body?
Because they thought it will corrupt their people there, and they stop it immediately. So that is their own culture.
If you listen to what I said, why are you comparing communism to democracy?
I am responding to you that I am saying the system that works.
But their system is communist.
If it works for them,
Remy, simple answer. Remy, simple answer. Everything about communists is not bad, and everything about democracy is not bad. So you can pick things that they did that is right. That's
I'm not condemning democracy.
Persisting problem. Period. That should be the answer you give to him.
I'm not condemning democracy. I am not condemning democracy, and I'm not here to talk about communism. Because the communism you are talking about,
that's
not
what you're talking.
I'm
not.
No, you are wrong.
I'm not saying you're.
Because I asked you a very good question. Have you ever been to that country before? Have you ever lived there?
You're not listening to me. No, wait. Listen to me. You're saying that this is one thing that China is doing good, that doesn't make TikTok, their own TikTok, to be bad for their people. And I responded. I asked you a question. Why are you comparing communist to democracy
But I
because
am not comparing. I am just telling you that I like the way they handle their stuff. I'm not comparing both
yeah,
democracy and
but the
communism.
Western world and the people that practice democracy, they can never do that because they give their people their free will to choose and do
So,
whatever they want.
okay, let me give an example. Just recently, Australia, the so-called Western world, they brought a new law that if you are under the age of 16, then you will not be able to you will not be able to have a social media account. That is that is a democracy too.
Yeah, but
And
that's minor. My, that man, you need to understand how this
so do you
type of
know
wait. You need to
the
understand
person that is
how this
talking to
type
you
of
without no
government
account?
system, these systems work. You cannot tell someone who's underage that is not 21 that doesn't have the right to vote, that under most of the free world systems, they consider them as a minor. They don't have the right to vote. They can choose either yes or no for
So
themselves.
we are saying
They need
similar thing.
parental. Huh?
We are saying similar thing because they've seen in Australia that thing is affecting the educational quality of their people there, and they want to stop it. It's a distraction, so they find a way to stop it. So Nigeria too should also sit down and find a way to stop it, because apart from people abusing Nigerians abusing one another on TikTok, there's so many vices that is going on there that is not good enough. If some people are even making love to one another and they are showing it live there.
I agree. See, I agree with you.
Oh.
But the point, I agree with what you're saying. Everything you're saying makes sense. But when you're practicing some style of political system, there's a little or more that you can do unless you put in your constitution. So you have to be worried about that as well. So I'm not saying that we can't do all these things that you're saying, but we have to look at the type of governments that we are practicing, the system that we have in our country might not allow us to do every single thing that you're saying unless they make adjustments to our constitution to make it align with what we want, which is okay. See, is okay with me because I feel like most of what we do in Africa, especially, is more like we don't think on our own, like, what do we want? We just adopt something, and it's like plagiar, plagiarism. Like, you see something and you just copy it word for word. That's what we do. Instead of us to say, this is what we want, is there any country around the world that's doing something similar? Let's see what's actually match what we want, not what someone is doing and is working for them, and we copy it word for word. So I understand you. Like, I got what you're saying. It's just very tough when we just think that, oh, just because someone is doing it, we should just copy word for word. That's what I'm saying. And the thing that you guys been saying about this guy, oh, I just think that, yeah, it's good. They capture the guy is in jail, but let's ask ourselves question: what do we learn? Are we saying this thing would never happen again? Because they didn't put. There's no solution to it. They didn't put an end. We didn't learn anything. People still think the same way they've been thinking. The thinking ways has not changed. So I'm just not saying like I get it that, oh, he did something bad. You put in himself. You put him in a cell or in prison. But the thing is, does anybody in our country learn something? We're not learning because few years from now, something similar might happen. Just the same way he did something, and he's looking at like someone before him did it, and he got away with it.
Yeah,
Nothing
I
happened to him.
think you are right. The ideology, how do you, it's a long way to be frank, because majority of the people there, they still believe in going out of Nigeria. I hope they can just do it peacefully, not because of this pan one another.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's more like putting an end to it, that it should never happen again. Do you think just putting him in prison would not make the same similar thing happen again? Maybe not even from their side, might be from anybody's side. I don't think putting him in prison and not, um, I mean, how would I say, like educating the society on what happened. I don't think if you kept him in prison, I don't think that solved the problem. That's how I'm looking at it. Like the root problem is still there.
What happened?
I don't know.
No, you were speaking, so all of a sudden you went quiet.
Yeah. I'm still speaking. I was hoping that someone would respond. From my point of view, that I don't think we'll learn anything. I don't think because people' perspective is still the same. Like I don't think it changes anything. The same way they've been thinking before he went to prison. People still have the same thing. Like they don't see their belief is still the same.
I believe
So
there's nothing wrong with what he did, right?
I mean, a lot of people don't think so, especially people from his side. Is it only me that I'm saying it like that? Because I think
No, people from his side are part of his problem because if they didn't give him the support to do that, I think, for people to work themselves into trouble or to become successful in anything, they still need people to back them up.
right,
So
but it didn't start today, though.
yeah,
Like the person before him, they let him go. Like he didn't suffer for what he did. So I'm just thinking that people just think that okay, if someone before him did the same thing, they brought him back into the system, even try to run for president. Why are you trying to teach him a lesson and put him in prison? Yeah, you see, like that's how I'm looking at it. Like there's no sanitization. Like this is what we should be looking at. We shouldn't do this because this is this. There's no learning or anything. So I'm just thinking like 20 or even 10 years from now, the same thing might happen again. Even maybe not from his side, but might be from another side. Because we don't learn anything from it. That's how I see it. I don't understand. I mean, I don't know what they're trying to teach him or what they're trying to teach the entire society in Nigeria. Like, I'm not sure what they're trying to teach us. It would be nice if we know exactly why. Because even I don't think, yeah, I think I listened to someone that actually make a lot of sense that says the judge said what he wants to do in Nigeria law, the constitution doesn't allow it. However, he gave him a route that he can actually do make it work. Like I think someone was mentioning that, like what they just said, that he can go through like the echo or something like that. That would give him would lead to exactly what he wanted, maybe a referendum or something like that. And I think that's what might need to be coming because a lot of people are in their feelings and they didn't really pay attention to like the judgment to understand what's really going on. So I think me myself, I just don't think that I don't think a lot of people learn anything because if we're still thinking the same way we were thinking before he went to prison, we still I I just think there should be more, especially now that they know like a lot of people are crying for referendum. They want probably go separate way. If once something happened, like everybody's like, oh, something doesn't go their way, it's like, okay, the next thing they want to do is, oh, I want to go my separate way. I want to go. I think even though the elders, they kind of like would discard it like it means nothing. I think this is something that needs to be talked about.
No, we need to talk about we need to think about that our system, because you know why all this agitation. It's just because over time we've seen a particular tribe or group of people that want to dominate the country. You know, there was a time that those people that dominated were the people from the Middle Belt, and these were even majority. And naturally, there's nothing should be wrong with that. But you know, it's just when some people started thinking that, oh, we are superior, we are supposed to be in control. You understand? Okay, look at Gowon from Middle Belt. Then look at all those IBB from Middle Belt. You know, look at the year Gowon and IBB states, even when you look at the existence of our country. So Gowon since 1967, no, 1966, up to 1975. You know, so
Yeah,
when you
but question. IBB is from Nigeria.
Yeah, it's from Middle Belt.
We can't look at it like that because Middle Belt doesn't really, because there's Yoruba in Middle Belt, there's Igbo in Middle Belt, there's some people
That's
that
what
will
I'm
call themselves
saying.
Hausa in Middle Belt.
Naturally, if some people are not trying to take Nigeria as their only estate, that's how Nigeria should be running. Someone come from Middle Belt, you should be able to become the president, whether you come from anywhere. So that's what I'm saying. Gowon from 1967, 1966 to 1975.
But we're
That's 9
not the
years.
same people.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
I got your point. Those guys are a minority, and they were still able. You understand? If minority are able to have that kind of confidence of becoming the president of Nigeria today, there will be no problem.
Wait,
But
they're
not
not
only that,
minority.
yeah.
What's Goan? What ethnicity is it?
Just Google it. Google it.
Yeah, because I
It's
think
minority.
isn't Goan. I think Baba mentioned that it's half Yoruba.
Yakubu Gowon.
Oh, Yakubu. Oh, let me see. I'm not sure where. Oh yeah, he's not Idiagba. So he's Yakubu. So is it the Hausa or something?
It's not Hausa. It's from what they call it's a Angas ethnic group, or what do they call it? Ungas or Angas.
Oh, yeah. Now I know this guy.
And it's a Christian from it's a Christian. You know, no problem with everything was okay. Even when Murtala Mohammed took over, people love him.
Yeah, but all these people are military guys, man. They not.
It does not matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter? Maybe then, but now it matters.
Let me tell you, as at that time, some people were not trying to hijack Nigeria as a property. All this hijack of Nigeria started from when they started imposing Sharia in 1979 Constitution, and when the like of Buhari came, and the like of IBB, and the like of and Abacha, you understand, when they started putting Sharia, smuggling Nigeria to OIC, you understand, trying to be imposing some kind of thing that they are not supposed to impose in a secular state. That's where problem started.
Well, from the little history that I know like this has been there forever. Like some people want to have their own people control everything. So it didn't just started.
I know.
It started all the way.
But today, yeah, okay, I understand what you are saying. But today, the question is this: look at what happened by the virtue of destiny. Goodluck Jonathan was there. See, as everybody rushed Goodluck Jonathan out. The major ethnic group, they were not
Don't,
nice to
don't you
Jonathan.
think? Don't you think that's why Igbo people are mad? Because they, from what I heard, during this time they have the most populated
Guy,
people, the
apologies to Igbo,
highest number.
apologies to Igbo people. But when I talk Igbo, all those things, I naturally like to limit it to the elite. You understand?
Uh,
The Igbo,
Even if we talk about it like Yoruba dominating is the elite as well. So it's
no, no,
always
no,
the
no, no.
elite. It's not really.
Exactly. No, you understand what I'm saying? Now, look at it this way. Look at what I'm saying. Now, and a Fulani man, not an Hausa man now, be careful with the word now. A Fulani man now, when they were speaking, they will say, oh, Fulani see themselves as a global citizen, they can live anywhere. That's what they were doing, what they were telling us, despite the banditry in Nigeria. Look at those,
They're
you understand?
idiotic. I hate to use that word, but it's just
You,
senseless that you think that
you
way.
understand? Now, all those elites now, they are setting even the common Fulani up, because now everybody is saying Fulani, Fulani, Fulani now. But what people are failing to do, are not realizing that this Fulani is actually the elite that are power thirsty, that they are using them. But if it's the common people, you see the common people, they live those days, they carry stick, nobody was threatening you until these criminals that are elite, they went to go and bring for a foreign militia to come and destabilize to destabilize Nigeria. That is when the problem started. You understand?
Is it foreign militia or their people? Because to be honest, the way it's looking at, it looks like they want to take the entire West.
Baba, now foreign militia, those guys go bring. They thinking that Jonathan will not hand over power. You know some of the shifting, some of the party shift, they've come out to tell all this. Even before the election, some of us were aware.
But those people are still in Nigeria though. It's not like they left. The militia they brought in, they still
where would
there.
they go? Because those were the people that normally, if you didn't even bring them, they would still come and violate your territorial integrity.
Right.
Now
that's why I was saying I did not.
But this time around, now they are now being backed by the criminals that see power as a birthright.
What do you expect? They want to take over the entire Southwest. That's what I say.
Even these people were even trying to give them lands. They started carrying. Do you know one of the most anointing during that time of Oruga is this? Oh my goodness! Some of our Yoruba group, they can be so, in the name of sounding politically correct, they can be so, oh my goodness, they can be so gullible that one crook, all of a sudden, coin that was Ruga. What are you talking? Ruga means rural urban development, urban grazing. I say, where did you get that rubbish? Where did you get that rubbish?
Yeah, but in all honesty, do you think we can actually blame people? Because a lot of people don't know much about what they know about Nigeria is like the little thing they taught them in primary school, that Nigeria was put together by our founding father Nnamdi Azikiwe, this guy, our stuff.
Let me tell you one thing.
Know more than that.
These people that I'm even talking about, we even went to the same school. They were my seniors in school.
Yeah, but
they were my seniors.
Age doesn't
hold on. They were my seniors because we still have a very good curriculum that time. You understand? Some of them did history, and they started justifying. Even one of them happened to be the former president, the president of our old school. You understand? They were so that man was even started narrating Netherlands cattle economy. He started justifying. I say, Baba, what exactly are you trying to do? Is cattle you're a contractor? Why are they not talking about giving you special site for you to put your machinery and be operating? Why must everybody now become cattle rearers all of a sudden? And the annoying thing is, okay, they may be getting contract from the government, which I don't know, but I know a particular one. a particular one of them that I cannot in any way link in with to the government. That one is just a sycophant, just want to talk anything government just to support so that it will sound good, so that we get more people to like him on Facebook. You know what I did with that guy?
Is that what so that's what you think they're really doing? They don't know.
Okay, you see that guy we dey find well on Facebook that time. I now started searching until I jammed one research that one guy in University of Ibadan did in 1985. So that was referring to all those farmer elders clash, and he now brought the word Ruga, all those stuff, terminology of those. I said, because I don't argue with this guy, I just put that in on this page immediately, that you understand. You know what the guy did? Silently, he went to pull that posting about Ruga that they call rural urban grazing area down immediately. He didn't make mention of that because I was ready to rubbish him that day. You understand? You don't just justify things just because you want to sound good to people. Who are you being nice to? That guy today now, if he asked that guy to go to his Mure Assist area, I'm sure he know if he go. At least the person that grew up in Ikerekiti. You understand? You know if he go. But when you see them, they will know the truth. But at the expense of standing politically correct for people to like them, they will come online and be justifying rubbish.
I agree with you. That's why the problem still is this, because everybody know like the situation of that country is not going in a positive direction. Everybody knows, and and majority of people have been saying it. I mean, nobody can have it right, but at least some people are bringing up different opinions that, we think this is probably the best way for us to go, especially when it comes to the fact that we understand that we're not. It's like we're the same people in a way. We're all blacks, but because we're from different ethnicity, the way we think and the way we see things is a little bit different, and we have to understand that. And in order for us to work together, we have to be able to have something that align us together. And what will align us is the Constitution. Constitution has to say that we have to understand one part of one section of this country. This is how they see stuff. Law should give room for them to do things the way they might want to do it. But if you're saying that,
Oriola, sorry to interject you. There is sixth amendment voting coming up next week in the House of Representatives. So state police, resource control, indigenous citizenship, and so many other stuff, judicial reform, so many stuff are there. Okay. So they are going to vote on it before they pass it to the state assembly to also deliberate on it.
All right. So I'll ask
why now? I thought they were doing this thing before. You see, these people are not serious.
Yes,
now they are fast tracking it now because no choice.
The question is this: I want to give them sledgehammer because we've been talking about this thing for almost 2 years right now.
No, but I actually like the fact
No, they are finished doing their consultation, so they want to vote on it next week.
I mean, if I see you, we are going to fight seriously. I not go lie to you.
Because that is the truth now. What can you do? You are not a rep member and you are not a senator. So
yeah, but
I know I will fight people like you that always support them. That's what I am saying.
This is not about support. This is about telling you the truth. This is not support. Now I just told you what they
are. No, I know you are telling me the truth, but I'm saying they should have done this earlier.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But you know,
now Trump, the Shakara these people, if not because of Trump, now maybe they won't do anything.
Yeah, but I want to say something. I don't believe in the state police, and I'll give you reasons why. I don't think that's why I initially mentioned that it's more like we just accept idea instead of us coming up with our own idea. I don't think state police will work, but this is what I think will work. I believe the federal police, the regional police, the state police, the local police is what we needed. Creating just the state police still have room that they might not be able to cover every single local government. So my belief is what we should be talking about is